we have Gabriel, Jacques, Trish, myself, and Evan. We are missing Kevin Walker. He should be here shortly. But I will begin. Oh, we got a couple minutes. I was thinking it was 4.
Larry, you're still upside down to me, so you should do like push-ups. You should go like that with your arms. It'll look like you're doing push-ups.
I wouldn't want to deceive you. Get ready for a fun and wild year, though, Trish.
I don't know why I do this stuff to myself.
Yeah, well, you'll enjoy it. Get through it all. You'll make it.
Yeah, I'll make it.
So, Mary,
Okay, I'm ready. It's 4 o'clock.
do you have a 7th member?
Not yet. We will today after when we get to our regular board meeting. We will
Okay, all
replace.
right.
But
That's replacing. Is that replacing Jaylyn?
yeah, so the first thing on the agenda will be appointing chair, and then we will do our non-action items. And our first action item is appointing a new member.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, it is 4:01. I will begin. It is January 5th, 2021. Happy New Year. I will begin this Thompson Springs Special Service Fire District Administrative Control Board special meeting. The meeting is being held virtually on Zoom. Our commissioners that we have present are Tricia Dean, Mary McGann, Jacques Hadler, did I say it right? Gabriel Wojtek, Evan Clapper, and Kevin Walker. For our and we also have the elected official, our clerk auditor, Quinn Hall, our county administrators, Mallory Nassau and Chris Baird. And that is the members and we have Renee Baker as far as staff. She is our human resource director. We are on Zoom. If you wish to dial in, it's 669-900-6833, 867-1625-2356, password 279317. To begin with, the first order of business is citizens to be heard. Do we have any citizens to be heard for the Thompson Springs Special Fire Service? Do we? I'm assuming that means no. So we are on approval of minutes for December 15th, 2020. Do I have a motion? Kevin?
I'll move that we approve the minutes for December 15th.
2020. Is seconded by, who seconded? Was that you, Evan?
Yes.
Okay, motion by Kevin Walker, seconded by Evan Clapper. Discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor? Aye. Say aye, raise your hand.
Elaine Gessler.
And all opposed?
Hey, how are you?
Elaine, you have to mute your phone, mute your computer, please. Motion passes unanimously. We are to electing chair, secretary, and treasurer. Traditionally, the chair, anyway, does anybody have a nomination? Tara always does the minutes. So the secretary's in name only. And treasurer is, Chris Baird does that. So it's treasurer in name only.
Is the chair usually the same as the county commission chair or?
Traditionally, that's been the case.
Okay. Well, and we also need a vice chair or just the treasurer and secretary?
Just chair, secretary, and treasurer. The only one that does anything really is the chair. The other two just, it's just, I guess, to follow some rule.
Okay, well, I move that we elect Mary McGann as chair and Gabriel Wojtek as treasurer and Evan Clapper as secretary.
Motion by Kevin Walker. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Seconded by Tricia Dean. All in discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. We are to discussion on fire hazards in the Thompson Spring, in and around Thompson Springs. Chief Markham, and I did notice that Chief T.J. Brewer was with us as well. So take it over, Markham.
All right, hello. So I asked for this special meeting of the Thompson Springs Special Service Fire District today to discuss the structure fire we had out here 2 weeks ago and to voice my concerns regarding the safety of the community as it relates to fire danger. I believe there are also a couple other people from county departments that would like to say something, if that's all right with the board.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, excuse me, I'm reading off notes just so I stay in line here, but I'm not gonna go into a lot of detail about the fire. I just kind of want to try to paint you a picture of the situation that night and the current situation as it is out here in Thompson as it relates to fire. So on Tuesday night, December 2nd, approximately 7:45 p.m., I was paged to a structure fire on Bogart Lane in Thompson, right down the street from my house. As I passed the fire on the way to the station to pick up my engine, I noticed flames and smoke already showing. Now, bear in mind that a typical structure fire doubles in size every 30 seconds, and that's with no wind. And that night we had 20 to 40 mile an hour wind gusts, a constant 20 mile an hour, up to 40 mile an hour gusts due to a passing cold front. So it was already looking bad. Upon arrival at the fire with my engine, it was already getting very active, and two vehicles in front of the structure were already starting to burn. Being the only qualified firefighter out here on scene, I knew that I had to become the chief, the incident commander, the pump operator, the firefighter, and also the safety officer. As all firefighters know, the first priority is life safety. So I was very relieved to verify that 2 adults and their dogs had gotten out of the structure, which was well involved at this time. I believe 2 cats did not make it out. Knowing that the people were out safely, my next goals were to put water on the fire, protect nearby structures, and watch for new fires being started by blowing embers and radiant heat. It was basically just ember shower the entire time, embers flying towards different structures, towards my house. And didn't have any snow then, so I was really afraid that one of the other structures or the grass or something was gonna catch on fire. So I had to constantly watch for that. Getting water to the fire was made more difficult due to the high winds, access to the actual building, and a lack of firefighting personnel to help me. 2 abandoned trailer homes were within 4 feet of the fire, and I knew if those caught on fire, we'd be in real trouble because it would just be a domino effect with other abandoned buildings in that area. Luckily out here, we do have fire hydrants, so that was really good. I had a couple of water board members step up and give me a water supply, help pull hose, that kind of thing, which is great, except for they're not on the fire department. They were in civilian clothes, and now they're in harm's way. So that was a real concern for me, but they did help me out at the beginning there. So I just continued to try to keep the other structures from burning while trying to put out the fires that were already, the house that was already on fire as best I could, but I just had too many challenges to be able to put out the house. We did manage to keep any other structures, well, 2 trailers and 2 vehicles burned on the main property, but the abandoned trailers that were 4 feet from the fire, we were able to keep those from going up. So that was good. It was pretty touch and go until the Moab Fire Department showed up with their first engine. Those guys got rid of, they had a full crew. They got in there, did a great job, started making progress on the fire, and actually multiple Moab Valley Fire Department engines and personnel, as well as the chief, came out that night. We worked the fire until about midnight, 1 a.m. There were still hot spots, but we felt that it would be safe to leave the fire for the night. I did watch, keep an eye on the fire all night just in case it did flare up again. It didn't. The next morning, Moab Valley Fire Department came out with two crews, and along with them and backhoe from the Thompson Springs Water District, were able to extinguish the fire completely. So after that, I contacted the building department and the Grand County Building Department, and also the health department to kind of let them know what the situation was. They kind of got busy doing what they needed to do as far as isolate, inspect the building, have someone from the health department check it out, and they actually put tape around it, so it is condemned. It's closed building now. But this is just one example of some of the issues we have out here with abandoned buildings. If, like I said, if the fire would have gotten to those, it was horrible that these people lost their home and pretty much all their possessions. Thank God they got out alive. This isn't the first fire we've had like that. And with all the abandoned buildings, the property owners that don't take care of their properties, the multitude of broken down vehicles, we just have such a, what we call a fuel load of hazardous materials out here, that this is not going to be the last fire like this. This could have been a lot worse. And if we don't do something to clean up the town out here, we're just looking at a powder keg. So I did talk to Orion and Bill, Orion from the health department and Bill from the building department. And they agreed that, you know, with my concerns about the dangers out here, they actually put together a community action team meeting that we had yesterday. It was over an hour-long meeting, and I think it was pretty productive. We kind of listed all our concerns out here and then tried to come up with some solutions. That's going to be a work in progress, but I'm really grateful for them. It seems like there's a lot of people that are interested in helping us clean up the area out here, and but it's going to take participation from this board, the Thompson Springs Special Service Fire District Board, and also the County Council if we're going to make any progress here. So that being said, I don't know, Bill or Ryan, do you guys want to kind of take it from here?
Well, for those of you that don't know me, I'm Ryan Rogers. I'm the Environmental Health Director for Southeast Utah. And I thought it was important to support Mark. Many of his concerns overlap with health department concerns, and many of the properties have both health department and fire department issues. I'm uniquely familiar with Thompson Springs because I grew up there. So, and my father still lives out there. And so I really feel like I understand many of the challenges that we'll face as we move forward. And I think that probably the most important thing to do is to partner with the community out there to help in these cleanup efforts. And just we're just going to need we're going to need the council and you are the council, your support in that. Some of that may be financial, but having spoken with the solid waste district today, Evan Carroll, he indicated the ability to help partner with us as well and help with that cleanup and disposal and whatnot. I won't speak for him exactly, but Mark mentioned the community action team, and I realize some of you are new to the council. What that is comprised of is it's essentially a team comprised of the health department, fire department, building department, and the planning and zoning department. So there's numerous other issues out there. None of the lot lines match up, all these other things. So essentially we got together yesterday to start the beginnings of a conversation of how we can help the town come into compliance, not necessarily be forced into compliance, but giving the town the tools, how we can start give the town the tools they need to be able to clean up. For instance, years ago, there were annual cleanup days or a couple days where dumpsters were provided, people could throw things away. There was a means of disposal. That stopped a few years ago. I don't really know why, but having some of these things in place out there after initial major triage cleanup would certainly put the place in better shape, both for fire reasons, health reasons, housing reasons, so on and so forth. Any questions for me on any of that?
I do, Orion. When you had your meeting, I don't remember if you mentioned, did you have monument waste and or the solid waste special service district part of that meeting?
Not yet, but it's our intention to bring those in. I haven't spoken with Dan at Monument Waste yet, but I did speak with Evan earlier today to kind of inform him. One of the things that we discussed, and I think and Mark didn't mention it, but what we were hoping to do was pull together a meeting in the next couple of weeks, an actual on-site meeting, invite Evan and Dan, as well as a couple of the commission members to join us out there. I believe is Tricia, you're assigned to Thompson, right?
Yeah, and Orion, I just put my contact information in the chat box.
Okay.
So if you want to, I'd love to be involved in that.
That'd be great. So yeah, we discussed inviting you to come out with us, as well as Mary, because Mary sits on you're on the solid waste district board, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And then at the same time, Mark would be there, I would be there, as well as Bill Holtz from the building department. And because it's one thing to say that there's problems, it's another thing to see them. And so if you would be willing, that'd be great.
Chris Baird, I have a question for you. Do you remember how much money or in lieu of time spent that the county has to spend on fire mitigation yearly?
It's about 15 or 16,000. We're pretty far. We've spent quite a bit thus far, and we're kind of covered for that match for the next 2 or 3 years, I think.
Because of the chipper?
Well, that plus other activities. I'm not exactly sure how much. That was Rick Bailey was tracking that, so not sure on the status of the new emergency manager. But last I checked, we had like 2 or 3 years of money socked away, and I'm not sure how far in advance you can roll that forward. But it's certainly a possibility that if we put money into any kind of fire mitigation, that we could roll that forward.
Thank you. Do we have any, I can't remember, did we have any money in our code enforcement this year?
I don't think so. No. It's somewhat covered in some of the budget, for staff that we've approved. So planning and zoning, and also the code enforcement positions that we brought on. One in the travel council and one in the sheriff's department. But as far as money for like cleanup type stuff, we didn't budget anything this year for that.
Thank you. Mark Markham, did you have more to add, or did you want TJ to speak?
Well, I believe Bill Holtz might have something to say. Bill, are you still there?
Yeah. I again just want to echo what Orion and Mark said. Thompson's kind of been forgotten about for for years and years and years. Code enforcement to date has only been complaint driven. There just haven't been the staff or the time to do a comprehensive kind of plan like we're talking about here. But I think it's due. I think that Thompson is going to become, kind of a bedroom community for Grand County, where we have a lot of employees moving out that way because they can't afford to live here in town. So I think it is important to do some cleanup, not just with the fire, but with health and life safety. We've got a lot of people out there living in vehicles and broken down campers and other things, not to mention the abandoned buildings that we're talking about and the refuse and debris and overgrown brush. So I think it is about time we try to put together a plan to figure out how to work with the community to get these issues solved, rather than just write a bunch of letters and start strong arming people into compliance. I think if we could get that meeting together just to get boots on the ground and really get an idea of what we're talking about, in my point of view, I have no problem writing code enforcement letters to abandoned properties to gain compliance. I have a little hesitation about writing code enforcement letters to properties that are being lived in that don't have the means to comply, let alone keep a decent roof over their head. I know we had another talk about a property out there, and there, Mary, I think you talked about some resources that were available to help people get into housing or get some grant money to help them bring their property into compliance. So we were kind of hoping that we could get with the commission members and the community in action team to kind of go out and just assess what the situation is on the ground and start working on compliance, but also look at the overall picture. As Orion said, the lot lines out there don't line up with what's on the ground. We have road right-of-ways that go through the middle of people's properties. Most of the area is zoned range and grazing when we have lots that are as small as 0.2 acres. So when that range and grazing zoning was instilled out there, it instantly made most of the town non-conforming. So I think it needs to have not only a general cleanup effort, but also an effort to clean up some of those property lines. I know Lucas started working on that, Lucas Blake, the surveyor, and talking with Mila about maybe trying to do a comprehensive rezone and allow people's properties to come into compliance. If we're going to tell them they have to bring their property into compliance, but they don't meet the zoning regulations and they can't come into compliance, we're kind of throwing bricks at the wall. So I think it needs to be a comprehensive plan to get into Thompson and start looking at bringing some compliance together. The code enforcement portions we can get started on right away as we're working on the other portions of it. But I do think Mark's right that we do need to start getting a handle on it out there before things get too far out of control and we end up with a bigger mess than we have.
One thing that I'd like to add to that and reiterate is the working with the town. I think that it would be very important to the town for us to hold some sort of a town hall meeting. Obviously, COVID's an issue, but a town hall meeting to make sure that they have a say, that the people have a say. There's a lot of good folks out there that are trying to clean up their properties and do a good job. There's a few other properties where people just can't do it or don't want to. But we had a cleanup effort out there several years ago with an illegal dump that had formed. And I held a town hall meeting out there with folks, and 30 people showed up in a town of 40 people. That's pretty good turnout. And we ended up, people brought together their own personal heavy equipment and stuff, and we got up there and cleaned that up, and it was wonderful. And so I think we need to take that sort of approach, and I think that everybody on the community action team feels that way as well. So.
I think it would be good to get a hold of ALG, Association of Local Governments, because there are a lot of funds that Grand County hasn't been taking advantage of that helps low-income people replace roofs or become more energy efficient. So before we have that meeting, I'll make sure I find out about that, or the person who ends up taking Jaylen's place on that committee can find out, because there are monies there. Anything else?
Yeah, so something I think I may have forgotten to add was that law enforcement, I believe 2 Grand County Sheriff's deputies came out pretty quick out to the fire, and also a UHP officer, and they're all great help. Talking to Orion, I think Deputy Josh Honor might have wanted to say something today. Josh, are you still there? He might have got called away then. And then I'd also, this is going to be a team effort. It's not going to happen overnight. But I think we just need to make the first step finally and look at this long term. And it looks like we're forming a pretty good team here. So I'm pretty pleased about that. I'd like to let TJ, Chief Brewer, speak if you'd like to say anything about it out here.
I can speak on that for a minute. My hat's off to Mark. He saved a few structures out there that night. So good job, Mark. We ended up sending 17 firefighters, 6 engines, 4 of them main lines, a water tender, and a command truck. And then the next day we sent 2 engines out and 8 personnel out there the next day. We also dispatched an ambulance at our protocol and got Rocky Mountain Power out there to help with that fire. I do believe, again, when you commend Mark, you have to look at him, and Mark's not really a fire department, he's a firefighter. When you look at a fire department, it has multiple personnel, multiple engines, so the fire end of it's definitely an issue. When you get out there and look at it from a fire perspective, you look at the fuel load, and I think that's kind of what this meeting is all about. The fuel load out there is intense, and listening to Mark on the radio, it reminded me a little bit of a Cinema Court situation. Thank God we didn't have that issue, but it very well could be if this fuel load keeps up and we don't do something about it. We're more than willing to help. We're definitely busy. When I send that many engines and firefighters out of my district, it leaves my district pretty unprotected for the most part. So I have a hard time sending that many engines out there. But we're more than willing to help on that community action team as much as we can. Let us know what we can do. Any questions for me?
Thank you, TJ. Are there any questions? Okay, thank you. We are a little bit early, but I really appreciate it, Mark. And was your hand okay? Because wasn't your hand quite injured during the fire?
Yeah, it got hurt pretty bad. I had x-rays. It wasn't broken, just crushed, so it's still swollen, but it's about 80% now, so that's good.
Good. Do any of the other commissioners have questions?
No, I'll just echo the kudos going around. I'm glad that you were able to do what you could and that things weren't worse. So thanks for all you're doing up there, Mark. And it's even scarier to imagine what it would have been like if we didn't have you on point out there. So thanks a bunch.
Thank you, Evan.
Yes, Kevin, did you have your hand raised?
Yeah, I just had a question. I don't know if this is for Orion or Mark or both, but I was just curious what the main challenges in getting cleanup done in Thompson is. Is it that a lot of people don't want to do it or, aren't able to do it? Or is it more just getting the funding to, to get dumpsters and things like that out there? I mean, is it more a political issue or a resources issue?
I would say primarily resources. There's going to be a few properties that are even more political, but I know of a number of properties that if there were dumpsters and whatnot available, that they would be helping clean up. And I know that the neighbors would help other people clean up too.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I just wanted to add one more thing that I thought of that maybe the council members don't know, that Mark works at the airport. If there's a fire when he's at work, it's even bigger problem.
Yes. Well, I know there's talk about annexing and making more fire department cover more of the counties to help with the revenue and also to, improve firefighting throughout the county. So look forward to working on that. Any other questions? Okay, we have completed our agenda. So if I have no one objecting, I will adjourn this meeting. Are there any objections? Meeting adjourned. It is exactly 4:30. I will open the Grand County Municipal Building Authority regular meeting. It is January 5th, 2021. The time is 4:30. Present are Commissioners Tricia Dean, Mary McGann, Jacques Hadler, Gabriel Wojtek, Kevin Walker, Evan Clapper. Staff, we have staff is Chris Baird, Mallory Nassau, and Clerk Auditor Quinn Hall. Call to order. The first item on the agenda is approval of minutes for November 4th, 2020. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
So moved. Motion by Gabriel Wojtek. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Tricia Dean. Discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, raise your hand or say aye. Aye. All opposed? Passes unanimously. We are to, there's no presentation or discussion items. We are to action item, discussion and consideration of electing president, vice president, and secretary. We could stick with the same ones that we had for Thompson Springs if someone wanted to make that motion.
I'll be happy to make that motion. I move that we appoint Mary McGann as president, Gabriel Wojtek as, is it president or chair? Excuse me.
President.
President, Gabriel Wojtek as vice president, and Evan Clapper as secretary.
Motion by Kevin Walker. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Jacques Hadler. Discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Passes unanimously. We are now to ratification of 2020 Municipal Building Authority President's signature on a letter regarding Aspen Helicopters lease at the airport. Andy Solvik, are you there?
Madam Chair, members of the commission, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, very good. Members of the commission, county staff, and the public. The proposal in front of you is in regard to a transfer of ownership. There's a hangar that has been there, hangar 84, for about 3 years now, and Pinnacle Helicopters used to own it. They are still requesting to operate as a subtenant out of the hangar, but there is an interested buyer in the hangar through Aspen Helicopters LLC, and everything went through with a new agreement. I wanted to bring it to your attention that all the business dealings were good. Everything was mutual. We were able to work with the owner, and all went very smoothly. So just like final approval, unless there's any questions.
Questions?
I have a question. Is this going to affect the number of helicopters operating there, or is it just a change of ownership of the hangar?
Fair question. It would be an increase of 1 helicopter. So right now, I want to say we have 3 based helicopters. So Pinnacle will still have 1 or 2 because Pinnacle is leasing helicopters. So I'm not sure if they're going to maintain 2 or just stick with 1. And then Aspen Helicopters has, he's brought his own. It's for personal use.
The new one from Aspen is a personal use helicopter, you said?
Correct.
Well, and it's my understanding that the one leased helicopter the Pinnacle uses is Aspen. So I don't think it actually is an increase. Do you know?
Oh, I'm not familiar.
Because I did tour that hangar, it's been a while now, with Pinnacle about some different things, and Aspen's helicopter was in there then, and they leased it when they're super busy, which was not 2020, but.
And I guess a follow-up question on the subject of helicopters. I've noticed a new one flying around Spanish Valley. It's black and kind of has, the tail count or something. Is that one of the helicopters they're talking about, or is that unrelated?
I believe that one's out at the Ramsey's home. That's where I've seen that landed.
It has landed at the strip, technically a private strip going up and down. We did have a couple questions from the community in relation to that. We believe, and I don't know for certain, it was private use. It's possible that they may have had a lot of friends and family over during the holidays and we're giving, just little tour rides. It happened for about a day or 2 and then it stopped. So that aircraft does come up to the airport on occasion for fueling, but they are allowed legally to fly those routes.
Thank you. Any further questions?
Hey, Mary, can I just give like a quick explanation of what the Municipal Building Authority is and why
Yes.
this item is on this agenda?
Yes.
All right. So a Municipal Building Authority is established because several types of bonds are not allowed to be carried by the county. And so we create a Municipal Building Authority to convey these bonds. And so there's 3 different bonds out at the airport. 2 of them are called lease revenue bonds, and those are the types that we run through our Municipal Building Authority. And also separately, anytime we take federal mineral lease funds, which is what we usually get from CIB when we get a loan from the Community Impact Board, we also can't mix that money with our general fund money, and so it's good to keep that separate. And so that's another reason for the Municipal Building Authority. The security on the lease revenue bonds is the airport property itself. And so since we have these ground leases out there, they're tied in with that lien for security. And so I just kind of wanted to point out somewhat what the Municipal Building Authority is for and why this particular agenda item is on this agenda. But otherwise, the airport is operated via Grand County's general fund.
Thank you, Chris. I think that was helpful. Thank you. Any other questions or discussions?
Well, now that you brought that up, Chris, the revenues from the leases, though, they go into the general fund, correct?
From these leases, yeah, it's a little confusing.
Yeah, okay.
The term lease revenue bond just means that the county leases the property to the Municipal Building Authority.
Yeah.
Then when we pay the debt, the county is paying the Municipal Building Authority to pay the debt, and that's considered revenue. So that's the revenue that we're talking about when we talk about lease revenue bonds. In this case, the revenue from this particular lease is going into the general fund, although it's earmarked specifically for airport operations.
Got it.
Any further questions?
Did we already have the motion?
No, we haven't had a motion. Do we have a motion? Gabriel?
I was going to jump at it, if I may. I'd like to make a motion to ratify the 2020 Municipal Building Authority President's signature on a letter regarding Aspen Helicopters ground lease agreement at the airport.
Second.
Motion by Gabriel, seconded by Evan. Do we have any further discussion? Seeing none, I will call for a vote. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank
We
you,
do
everyone.
not have a public hearing. We do not have any future considerations. There is not a closed session. We've reached the end of our agenda. I will adjourn unless someone objects. Okay, we've adjourned our Grand County Municipal Building Authority regular meeting. We will now start our Grand County Commission regular meeting. The time is 4:39. It is January 5th, 2021. Present, Commissioners Tricia Dean, Mary McGann, Jacques Hadler, Gabriel Wojtek, Evan Clapper, Kevin Walker. Elected officials, we have Quinn Hall, Clerk Auditor, and Christina Sloan, County Attorney. Staff, we have Chris Baird, Administrator, Assistant, Mallory Nassau, and Renee Baker, our Human Resource, and I believe we have our Community Economic Development Person, Elaine Geiser, on. So we'll open this meeting. The first call of order is citizens to be heard. We are receiving comment by phone and online through Zoom. We can dial 669-900-6833, meeting ID 867-1625-2356. To unmute, you press *6. Do we have any citizens to be heard? Mallory?
We do. I'm not sure of the first name. It looks like H. Are you raising your hand to speak?
Yes, I am.
Okay, state your name and full name, and you have 3 minutes to express your thoughts. Thank you.
My name is Mark Aaron Horowitz. Let me take a second to welcome the new council members, both, and the ones yet to be appointed. Madam Chair and Commission, regarding the appointment of the commissioner to replace Ms. Hawks, am I coming through okay?
Yes.
Thank you. I tried to call in, but my phone just simply won't work. I have these few observations. First, I hope to see and hear a process tonight which is completely fair and open to the public's eyes and ears. This will be the first obligation of whomever is appointed to the chair tonight of the County Commission. I suggest that you engage in a process similar to what the P&Z appointment process recently, because I would like to hear, I think we all would like to hear from each candidate and from each commissioner their choices and their reasons why. In my opinion, the most recent appointment process to fill a seat for my district was very poorly done. Only one candidate of 6 was interviewed prior to the appointment and was seemingly evidently chosen prior to that meeting, essentially in secret, with no disclosure or comments from the commissioners in public other than their vote. To that end, I suggest in the future that the commission adopt a rule of ex parte disclosure in all matters and ethically adhere to that standard. I suggest that the omission of the Pledge of Allegiance should be replaced with some sort of invocation or affirmation to fairly and openly uphold the Constitution and the rights and privileges of Grand County citizens. Regarding the appointments themselves, you have a difficult choice among several very qualified candidates. Mr. Stephen Stocks received my family's 3 votes in the recent election. That almost exactly half of the county voters gave their nod to Stephen, despite the advantage of his opponent being the head of the Democratic Party, seems to demand his appointment. I watched him perform professionally with objectivity as chair of the Change of Government Committee, ethical qualities I appreciate. I especially appreciate that he is an independent, not beholden to either party In my opinion, partisan politics is inherently a division in a nation-pledged individual. However, my respect and admiration of Sarah Stocks and her stellar qualifications tip the balance for me. Her compassion for people and the environment exceeds dispassionate objectivity, in my opinion. She has my support. Ms. Kovash has contributed admirably and wisely in her position on the P&Z and provides a critical balance in that body. The P&Z just gave her their top nod for her appointment, and I agree. Obviously, her appointment to the County Commission would negate her position on the P&Z. I'm almost done. As for the other recommendations made by the P&Z for their appointment, I cannot agree with their choices. While I understand the value of youth and enthusiasm, I weigh the contributions made by citizens who have a perspective of history and a commitment to the community lasting many decades over that of a youth just taking their first steps into community involvement, however well-intentioned. Lastly, as one who is both interested and vested in Grand County for 35 years, having owned both private and commercial property, having earned and spent nearly $1 million in this community, in addition to the purchase of property, including well over $50,000 in property taxes. My taxes this year are $4,500. I want people on the commission and on the P&Z who understand, or at least can empathize and are willing and able to protect my investment and the future of our community. May we all be well and happy in this coming year. Thank you very much. Good luck to us all.
Thank you, Mark. Do we have any other citizens to be heard?
Let's see, Catherine Hansen, are you on for public comment? Okay.
Oh, I'm not.
Okay, thank you. Howard, are you on for public comment? Give him a minute. Michael, are you on for public comment? Okay. It's *6 to unmute, but I'm thinking you are not on for public comment at this time. And that is all that I see. If I'm missing anybody, you can raise your hand, unmute, or turn on your camera. But at this time, Mary, I think that that's it.
Thank you, Mallory. We are now on to the next item on the agenda is nomination appointment of commission chair and vice chair. Do I have a motion? Kevin?
Yeah, I would like to move that we appoint Mary McGann as chair and Gabriel Wojtek as vice chair.
Do I have a second? Seconded
I'll
by
second
Jacques.
that. Oh, you got it.
Okay, seconded by Jacques. Discussion.
I want, Chair, if I may.
Yes.
I just wanted to thank you for being willing to take on the duties once again, especially sort of with your familiarity and comfort at this point with conducting these meetings electronically. I think it really makes sense to keep that momentum going. I did have a lot of excitement and encouragement to take on the chair role this year. But due to the pandemic and consistent instability with childcare, I'm really happy I sort of resigned from my other job to be able to commit more energy to the county, which I'm really excited to be able to do. But I still have the flexibility that I have is still not exactly what I would like it to be for the time that I take on the chair role. And so I just wanted to sort of make that be clear. That's at this moment why I haven't sort of stepped forward for that. And thank you, Mary, for being willing to do it again.
You're welcome. Any further discussion?
I just want to briefly say thank you to both Mary and Gabe for being willing to take on these roles.
Thank you, Kevin. Anyone else? Okay, seeing none, we will call for a vote. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes unanimously. We are now to approval of minutes. Item A is approval of the minutes for December 15th, 2020. We still had Jay Lynn on then, so we know it was read very carefully. Do I have any motions?
I would move to approve those minutes mentioned as presented.
Okay, so I will mention December 15th and December 29th, 2020. Motion by Evan. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Kevin Walker. Discussion. All in favor? Say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Thank you. We are now to ratification of payments of bills. The bills are in your packet. So do we have a motion to ratify the bills?
I would move to approve the bills for January 5th, 2021. For total bills are $1,194,910.86. Total payroll is $249,132.52 for a total bills and payroll of $1,444,043.38.
Motion by Evan Clapper. Do I have a second?
And
Seconded by Kevin Walker. Yes, Evan?
just a little discussion. I was gonna call out the summary of the 496,000 that were kind of bigger ticket items this month, and those are referenced on that summary sheet. Some of the big ones being road department getting a new truck, and that's kind of the biggest one. So,
And we had the privilege of doing the CARES Act funding, which was good.
yeah.
Okay. Yes, Kevin?
I had just sort of a general question. So as a newcomer, I was wondering whether either Chris or Quinn could just give an overview of the, just the internal checks we have in the county to make sure that, these are the bills that we should be paying and stuff. I'm sure that's all being done well, but I would just a brief overview of that process would be great.
Yeah, so every bill that comes through the office generally gets routed through either myself or Chris Barrett, or then Jana and Christy. When Christy cuts the checks, Jana Smith checks them. We've been through the internal audit this year, and we've kind of picked up on a few areas we need a little bit better, but those have more to do with cash receipting than they do with any sort of bill payment. And then once the bills, the checks are cut and approved, then they come to you for ratification. We did have some discussion in the internal audit about whether other counties just do the same as we do as the ratification post payment of the bills, or whether other counties are actually approving the bills prior to payment. And the discussion that I had with the internal auditors was that we're essentially the same as the other counties. Most counties do kind of a ratification after the fact. But in the past, there have been commission members that would like to, or have been willing to come into the office and go over some of the bills that are to be paid on a weekly basis. And we are certainly open to that. If there's a commissioner that wants to take on that role, we are happy to provide that level of oversight. We're totally comfortable with that. But as of now, there is no commissioner that is coming in on a weekly basis at all.
But there is some, are there sort of two independent sets of eyes on each outgoing payment?
Yes, almost always. It's been more challenging with COVID, and we've been short-staffed this year. But in a broad general sense, yes, absolutely.
Thanks.
So Kevin, this is Chris Baird. Mallory and I are working on a revised purchasing policy. And so we're also brainstorming purchasing agent hierarchy. The way that a lot of the purchases are authorized right now is that department heads review the purchases for their department and then forward code and forward those invoices on to the clerk's office for payment. And everything has to have an invoice showing, you know, what the payment is for. And so those are all logged in the clerk's server. And so we can look up any invoice for any of those payments. But I do think that it would be good to establish a purchasing policy that kind of spells out the hierarchy and responsibility of purchasing all across the county. And so that's something that we're working on as well, in addition to several other aspects of county purchasing.
I believe the audit committee that you're part of, going to be part of, Kevin, will be working real closely to tighten up everything in the county. So I'm excited about that.
Will some of this be covered under the new commissioner orientation, Chris?
Yeah, I'll go over how a lot of the finances work, how the budgeting works, and you know, maybe if somebody wanted to, we could sit down with a packet of bills and go through it. You know, that in itself could take quite a long time. And it also maybe be useful at some point, depending on commissioners' interest, but to go through the budget and just give kind of a 101 of how that works. Those are a little more comprehensive probably than what would be included in an orientation. But if anybody's interested in that, just let me know and we can schedule some time to go over the basics of the budget and finances and that kind of thing. Because it's pretty difficult to wrap your head around without some explanation. And I'm sure the packet of bills is somewhat indecipherable without some explanation.
Yeah, thank you.
Any further questions or discussions? We have a roll call vote for ratification of bills. So I will call on each commissioner. Tricia Dean?
Yes.
Mary McGann? Yes. Jacques Hadler?
Yes.
Gabriel Wojtek?
Aye.
Evan Clapper?
Yes.
Kevin Walker?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. We are now to Commissioner Members Disclosure. Christina, I have a question.
Okay, I'm here.
When I listened to the San Juan County Commission meeting today, and was interesting. They did their Open Public Meetings Act they got their certificate during the meeting. And the gentleman that was doing the training said that he recommended that all the commissioners write down all the places they contribute to, as well as like having rentals or over, you know. Have you ever heard anything like that?
All local organizations. It's not a bad idea, given how small we are. I don't think our ethics ordinance requires it at that level, especially if they're small donations, but I can look at that again and get back to you also. It's certainly not been done here before.
Yes, I was surprised when I heard that. My ears perked up. I was listening on the side and I thought, oh, that's interesting. I've never disclosed any of my, gifts.
I'll review our ethics ordinance again and have an answer for you next meeting.
Charitable contributions, yes.
Great.
So thank you. Any disclosures from our council members on any item that is on this agenda? Okay, seeing none, we will move to General Commission reports and future considerations. This is the portion of the meeting that you report on the different meetings and districts and boards you are on. I'll begin really quickly. We had I went to 3 meetings to discuss lobbying and lobbyists. That was on the 16th of December, as well as 2 other times. I won't say the dates. Oh, and the 28th and I think January 1st. And we had a Dalton Wells meeting with Sheriff White to get him on board in the planning of the Dalton Wells area. We had a special county council meeting, which we discussed today during our ratification. And we appointed our legislative committee, which is Chris Baird, myself, Mary McGann, Gabriel Wojtek, Kevin Walker, and Christina Sloan. And then today I listened to the San Juan County Commission meeting and spoke at the meeting requesting that they did not grant permission to Rally on the Rocks to have their staging area in North San Juan at the old airport. And it did not pass. They voted no. So at this point, Rally on the Rock does not have any place to hold their staging area in San Juan County. To me, that was very good news. So that's what I have to report. Gabriel, do you have anything to report?
Yeah, well, I was involved in some of the same meetings with regards to lobbying and the retention of Red Hill Strategic as our lobbyist and establishing the general priorities for the current session. So looking forward to hearing consistent updates about how that's proceeding now. And I did meet, what day was that? That was the 18th, I believe. I met with Andrea Walker, who's the director of county extension operations in the state with USU, sort of to begin the conversation regarding how extension services can meet the unique needs of Grand County. And I was really delighted to hear about how interested they were in sort of engaging all of us as a commission and sort of being able to have a say in the direction of those programs as they hire on 2 new agents and even be able to have input in that hiring process potentially, because each potential agent has their own set of skills that may or may not best fit with Grand County. So I was really excited to hear that level of openness and sort of willingness to want to be engaged. And after all, we are sort of contributing financially to that program. So it's good to hear that we are really being looked at as partners. So other than that, yeah, nothing else to report.
Thank you. Evan, do you have anything to report?
Sorry, I was muted. The end of the month is typically pretty quiet for me, but we did have a special meeting of the EMS Special Service District. It was to just kind of button up a lot of year-end business with budgets, etc. Got some updates on the new building going there, and some exciting news from that was it was questionable if our EMTs were going to be able to receive the vaccines that were becoming available. Originally, they weren't included in the list. Other groups have been prioritized ahead of them, but through Andy's work, he was able to find another avenue to get those to those frontline workers. And last I heard, which was not very current, I believe that something like 80% of the EMTs who wanted the vaccine had already received their first round. So kudos to him doing the footwork to make that happen. And I'm glad for all those technicians to be dialed in.
Thank you, Evan. The remaining commissioners, you have not been assigned specifically to any meetings, but if you have something you'd like to report at this time, please unmute and report. Okay, thank you.
I think this is also future considerations, or is that?
Oh, yes, it is future considerations, yes.
Yeah, so I don't have anything to report, but there are, excuse me, a couple of things I just wanted to briefly mention with regard to future considerations. One is redistricting. Grand County has failed to do that for the last two censuses, but I think we're all planning on doing it this year. A friend of mine actually runs an organization that specializes in redistricting. They're like doing the state of Wisconsin and I think a few other states as well. And so I at some point, we should have some discussions about who we want to engage. I know there was a brief, excuse me, discussion during the budgeting, but I'm happy to try to move that forward. And anyone else who is interested in this, feel free to contact me afterwards. My second future consideration is a couple of years ago, the county formed a task force with, it involved local federal land managers, and Liz Thomas and Walt Dabney were helping coordinate it, and it was coming up with ideas for using some of our promotion budget to stay on the trail messaging that would lessen the impact of visitors here. And I'm hoping that we can get that up and going again in the next meeting or two. So just wanted to give people a heads up about that. And again, anyone who's interested in that subject, I invite them to get in touch.
Thank you, Kevin. And I did forget about future considerations. I won't do that again. Is there anybody else that has any future considerations? I do want to, in the future, have a joint meeting with the BLM to discuss, because so much is going on and we need to be working together closely. So that's for a future consideration. Okay, elected officials. Do any of the elected officials have something to report? Okay, none of our Quinn?
I was going to say, we got out the CARES Act money last month. Thanks to Christina Backus, does our accounts payable. She worked really hard to get all those out. And thanks to everyone else that participated in the different committees to determine the recipients of those funds. That was a pretty good effort, and we're glad to have gotten that out the door before the end of the year. So thanks everyone for helping. That's really all I have.
Quinn, thank you, Quinn. Any other elected officials? County administrator? Administrators, county administrators, Chris and Mallory, do you have anything to report?
Yeah, thanks, Mary. For some reason, my camera won't turn on, but I think my mic's working. I've been working on coordinating with EMS Special Service District on project management. There's probably a few, or at least one more detail that needs to be cleared up, and another MBA meeting here probably next time. Just a little shared access easement, and then just coordinating how we're going to deal with construction management and the finances of that project. And so I think we had a meeting and figured a lot of that out. Yesterday I helped out with the fireworks commemorating Utah's 125th anniversary of statehood. Also working with the legislative committee on and drafting up some potential TRT legislation and language, and just crunching some numbers with different scenarios. We're going through quite a bit of hiring right now, and our Old Spanish Trail Arena director position is closed, and we got quite a few applicants, so we'll be starting the interview process on that. Also met with Forestry, Fire, and State Lands, Tony Mancuso, to discuss Dalton Wells project, but we also went out and did a little site visit, because there's at the north, we call it the North Lions Park area, that boat ramp. There is some interest in at least improving that boat ramp, and maybe potentially the area around it. And so that might be a potential outdoor recreation grant application coming, perhaps this year or sometime soon, we'll see. And the Dalton Wells construction contract has been bid out, and the Forestry, Fire, and State Lands has awarded the bid for the construction contract. So that's moving forward. We haven't really worked out the details of whether or not it makes sense for Grand County to assume administration of that or not, but we're working on that and trying to figure out if it makes sense, and if so, which department would be involved. and, what the financial forecast would be for something like that. It's pretty far out of town. And so it's more difficult for us to, make it pencil out. And if anybody was around when Sand Flats really first got going, you'll realize that it took, about a decade before we really got a handle on Sand Flats. And so it's kind of a big job to try to tame an area that's not really had much management, but it would be a great thing to do. So we're keeping after that. I think that's all I have. Besides, Mallory and I, mostly Mallory, working on policy updates, purchasing policy, et cetera. I'll also be working with Renee on some employee handbook updates and other personnel policy improvements. Mallory?
Thanks, Chris. I'll keep it quick, or try to. I'm excited to share. We purchased some new Zoom licenses, which for our new commissioners and others that don't know this, for a while, actually until this week, I've been scheduling and starting almost all of the meetings through the county. And it's clear that it's not going away. And so we've gone ahead and ordered some additional licenses for some of our departments that frequently use Zoom for their department meetings, their commissions, their boards. So selfishly, I'm very, very excited to have some freedom from that, and just working on a bunch of guides, as I call them, with step-by-step instructions to help everybody who's going to be using Zoom a little more on the back end. And also through that, we've decided some of the meetings that we've been doing kind of as a courtesy, we won't be able to do anymore, but I will be passing on resources to those folks so they can use Google Meets or potentially purchase their own account. And there's a few reasons for that, but one of them is also, we're scheduling so many Zoom meetings that it's just taking up a lot of time, and then working around what meetings folks have scheduled versus things that come up for the commission. We just are going to move the current account that we're on right now over to be a commission only account. So that won't mean anything different for all of you, but again, it will be really good news for me. Something Mary mentioned earlier was the Open and Public Meetings Act training. And I've learned that this is the time of year where I should start to mention that in every meeting, because that is something the auditors will request, is the certificate showing that all of you completed that. So I will send you all a link so that you can do it online. I'm not sure if it will be offered in person this spring, but I know we need to have that done ahead of time for the auditors. So I will send that out and give ongoing reminders to complete that. And then the other thing is we're doing a sign up for our department heads, as well as partner agencies, entities tied to the county that typically do reports to the commission. We're scheduling those for the entire year and working very hard to only do one of those per meeting so that we don't have a pile up, if you will, of reports. So if you all are interested, you'll see it on the agendas who's presenting, but I'd also be happy to share just so that you can look ahead and see who's coming up to give their report. But I think that that's all that I have. And for the new commissioners, I'd just say, feel free to contact me for help with anything. I guess I kind of fancy myself a somewhat Zoom expert nowadays. Google Drive, all of that stuff. If I don't know, I'm happy I'm happy to learn and figure things out. So yeah, welcome. And that's all that I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mallory. Thank you. We do not have any department reports. We do not have any agency reports. We are to presentations. We have a presentation and discussion on the Utah Association of Counties. I see quite a few members of the Utah Association of Counties. Zeke, are you going to be leading this discussion?
I will introduce everyone, but I will defer to Brandy. First of all, Madam Chair, thank you so much for having us here. And thank you to the new commissioners for your commitment to public service. It's exciting to see how you're all coming together to work. And yeah, we're excited to see what will happen in Grand County. We just wanted to go over how UAC, the Utah Association of Counties, can be more supportive of the county. And Brandy, if you wouldn't mind leading that conversation.
Yep, absolutely. Thank you, commissioners, for having us and other elected officials from Grand County. We certainly appreciate the opportunity to visit with you. We've received some emails. We're aware of some of your concerns. We certainly want to address those concerns and look for ways that we can better support Grand County in the future. I'd like to turn the time over to Lincoln. He has another commitment at 5:30. And so I'd like for him to have an opportunity to address some of the specifics that have been raised and tell you a little bit about some direction that we're going with legislative advocacy work. And then the rest of us, myself, Zeke, and then also Jake Garfield is another staff member who's on the call with us, can finalize and finish up the conversation. So with that, Lincoln, are you on and available?
I am on and available. Thanks, Brandy.
Thank you.
Chairperson McGann and members of the County Council and other staff, thanks so much for the opportunity. As Brandy said, what I would really like to do is just go over a little bit about what to expect for this legislative session in terms of both process as well as some of the highlighted issues that we anticipate, and then leave a little bit of time to talk about some of the concerns that have been raised by staff and some members of the County Commission as well in regards to how UAC could be a little bit more supportive of the efforts of Grand County as they pursue their legislative agenda. And so if I can, and you're comfortable with it, I'll start first with this legislative session and some things that we can anticipate and then move from there. Is that agreeable?
Sounds good.
Yes,
Great.
yes, very much.
So for this session, obviously, in light of everything that's taking place with COVID-19, it is going to be a bit of a different session, which is going to have an impact on how UAC conducts its business as well. Both the presiding officers in the House and the Senate have sent out memorandums to interest groups throughout the state talking about the protocols that will be in place for this legislative session. So this legislative session, they are going to be hosting an in-person legislative session where the public will be allowed to attend in limited capacity. So committee hearings will still allow for some public comment to be done in person, but they are encouraging most of the public to provide any sort of public comment either in writing or via Zoom applications that they'll be administering through their website. In terms of engaging with your legislators, for those who have spent some time up on Capitol Hill, you're pretty familiar with the gaggle that coalesces in front of the House and the Senate of both lobbyists and special interest groups and individuals who are trying to gain access to their legislator. That has been taken away. They will not be doing that. The opportunity to send in green notes and pull out your legislator for conversations will be significantly limited as they try and protect members from exposure to COVID-19. So what I would encourage you to do, especially with the length in which you guys need to travel, is to make sure that when you're coming up, you are setting meetings with your individual legislators. And we as UAC staff can certainly help get those meetings set up. But without a meeting, I think it is going to be extremely difficult in order to get in to see individual members on issues of concern. So please feel free to use us as staff to help you set up those meetings if you're uncomfortable doing so. Obviously where you have those relationships and feel comfortable, feel free to set up those meetings individually. I have talked to your newly hired lobbyist, Casey Hill. He and I coordinated yesterday for about 2.5 hours on two of your major priorities, being the UTV legislation as well as the TRT tax reform that you guys are seeking. And in fact, he and myself and Des Barker, who represents the tourism industry, are meeting tomorrow afternoon to go over both of those topics to see if we can come up with some answers. I had suggested to Casey that he look at a couple of different revenue options. I had noticed that there are a few bills being brought forward dealing with the telecommunications tax, as well as the municipal energy sales and use tax, and suggested that there may be some opportunities to expand those two taxing authorities to counties. Right now, many of them are limited to cities. And so in the circumstances where there isn't a county authorization, I'd suggested that we may want to explore the opportunity of granting counties with that same authority. In addition, we were also scheduled to meet with Representative Albrecht next week. I don't know if you guys have heard, but he has found himself in the hospital with a ruptured appendix. So we're on a bit of standby in order to coordinate with Representative Albrecht, but he has been a great advocate of ours and is again willing to work with us on trying to find some solutions to the TRT tax that would be unique to Grand County. One of the issues on the TRT tax that we ended up running into last year when we were pursuing this effort, really at the behest of Grand County and their concerns with it, was candidly we had several county tourism boards that came out in opposition to our bill. And so in essence, we were caught in a situation where the Association of Counties was fighting county to muddy the waters. And out of that really generated the bill that was run last year, where Representative Albrecht kind of split the baby and didn't quite hit the mark that I think we were all hoping he would hit. And so back to the drawing board this year and plan on working closely both with you as well as with your contract lobbyists to make sure that we're successful this year in hitting the appropriate mark for Grand County on the tourism taxes. The only caution I would give you is to be open to other revenue options as well. I don't know if TRT, based on the political dynamics at hand, if that's going to be the end all be all for everything that you want to accomplish. So I keep my eye out for other revenue opportunities that would be unique to resort communities and resort counties. And with that, I'll continue to run those both by your staff as well as your commission and contract lobbyists to see if there are some other opportunities that we can avail ourselves of as well. In terms of other items before this legislative session, I'm sure many of you have read in the press, there is a lot of consideration on the issues of affordable housing, workforce housing, and just general land use authority of both counties and cities that will likely bear its head at the legislature this year. So we have been working closely with the Utah League of Cities and Towns, which administers a land use task force on many of these issues. We have several counties that participate in that land use task force, as well as county staff, UAC, Association of County Staff, to make sure that we're keeping a close eye on many of the issues that involve your land use authority. But in the area of annexations, incorporations, affordable housing, workforce housing,
We've lost you, Lincoln.
of those issues as well. And to that end, I think what we really have had a difficult time in terms of working with Grand County is making sure that we clearly understand what your guys' driving factors are when considering legislation. Unfortunately for UAC, we had not until recently had systems in place to make sure that we were getting the broad perspective of individual counties. Oftentimes we would get the narrative from an individual council member or commissioner of a given county and presume that they have the support of the entire county. And with that, we would often run or pursue legislation based on the feedback that we had been getting from individual commissioners. We've recognized that in fact has gotten us in trouble. And I think we can even point to the form of government bill in Grand County as one of those scenarios where we were getting feedback where we thought we were doing the work of Grand County, to later find out that it was not necessarily the wish of the entire county on issues around form of government. And so with that, we are implementing a new process this year where if we have an individual county request for something, we're going to require the signature of the county commissioner council chair. And when that request comes in, then we take that request from the council chair to our policy committee to make sure that any sort of recommendation that's given to us by a member at least has the endorsement of the county commission or council before we pursue that through the legislative policy committee process that we have. In regards to the legislative policy committee process, that too is going to change this year. Based on COVID-19, the legislature has said that they are not willing to host any of those meetings in person, and so have canceled all of those meeting rooms that we've used in the past for our Thursday and Wednesday meetings. And so with that, Zeke has put together a pretty robust Zoom schedule for all the various affiliate groups, as well as for the larger legislative policy committee, to make sure that we can have broad participation through Zoom type technology for those meetings where we can solicit feedback. For the purposes of Grand County, hopefully that's helpful. It will reduce a trip since you won't have to come to the in-person meeting, and will give you ample opportunity to make sure that we as staff are getting the feedback that you want us to hear on specific pieces of legislation. So that is one change that we're going to have in terms of just the process this year, and we hope that it solicits greater participation from our members on issues of importance to counties. In terms of some of the other overarching issues that we intend to deal with this year, EMS services is another major issue, especially in rural Utah and our tourism communities, to make sure that we have adequate resources to fund our EMS and search and rescue support services. So we are actively working with Senator Darren Owens, who was recently elected to the Senate from the House, on that issue and some additional funding that will hopefully come the way of counties on that effort. If you weren't aware, UAC was successful in December in allocating $6 million to rural EMS support services. So right now, Grand County, who is a qualifying entity, does have the capacity to work with the Bureau of EMS Services to draw down grant dollars, both to support staff as well as to support equipment purchases and anything related to EMS type services that are being offered within your community. So if you have some interest in that, please let us know and we can help you with that $6 million that we were successful in getting, and then can certainly have you included in the conversation about what we need to do going forward. The option that's currently being considered on EMS is to figure out a program whereby the state can pay for insurance benefits for volunteer EMS departments throughout the state. We've found that many of our rural communities are wholly reliant on volunteer service for their EMS services and don't have the capacity to encourage people to volunteer. And with that, we thought maybe an insurance benefit would be that carrot that gets folks to volunteer in your communities for those types of EMS services that we so desperately need. So that's one thing that we're working on with Senator Owens. In addition to the EMS services, there is a high likelihood that there will be a transportation bonding proposal that comes forward this year. And out of that bonding proposal, and the numbers that are being batted around are about $1 to $1.5 billion worth of new transportation projects. We are actively working with leadership to make sure that that money is split both between the urban areas and the rural areas. As of late, most of that money has gone to the urban areas where much of the transportation congestion is occurring. But as we continue to watch this issue unfold, what we've also recognized is many of our rural communities are dealing with delayed and deferred maintenance, which has become more and more of a priority for those communities. So actively working on that front as well. I'm going to turn some time over to Jake to talk a little bit about our natural resources, agriculture, and public lands agenda as well, if that's appropriate. Jake, I'll turn some time over to you to talk quickly about that as well.
Lincoln, I have a question. I'm not sure if I heard correctly. Did you say they were going to allow Zoom participation in the committee meetings?
So they don't technically use Zoom. I think they use WebEx, but yes, they're going to be using a digital platform. And I will certainly send you and the staff a link as to where you can sign up for public comment and participate actively in the Zoom. So they have two.
Really good news, because you oftentimes do not get enough notice on those meetings to make it up there in time. That's good news.
Yeah.
And another question I had, would you send us a summary? You covered so much during that presentation that I'm sure I'm not the only one that would like to see it in writing and have a summary. Yeah. Could you do that for me?
So we have a summary that has been completed that we'll be mailing out this week that also goes over many of the COVID protocols and gives you the link to participate through the WebEx platform that the state's going to be using for the legislative session. So Zeke and I are putting the final touches on that and should have that out to you by Friday for your review as well.
Thank you.
Jake, I'll turn it over to you for a little bit.
Great, thank you, Lincoln. My name is Jake Garfield. Thank you for having me. I'm the full-time staff attorney here at the Association of Counties. And Lincoln asked me to talk about the activities of our Public Lands Committee. UAC has a Public Lands Committee. The name might be a little bit misleading because the Public Lands Committee deals with wide variety of natural resources, agriculture, and environmental issues. And it's called the committee, but that also might not be the greatest name, because under the UAC bylaws, any UAC elected officials that are interested are automatically members of the committee, voting members of the committee. If you attend a meeting, you are part of the committee and are able to vote in the committee meetings. And we would be thrilled if we could have we are thrilled when we have participation from Grand County Commission members, and would be excited to see further participation in the Public Lands Committee from Grand County Commission members. Generally, our Public Lands Committee meets twice monthly over Zoom, and we have in-person meetings at the Management Conference in the spring, at the USAC conference in the fall, as well as at the UAC annual convention. Generally, the intent of these meetings of the UAC Public Lands Committee is not to take positions on things as an organization, but to provide crucial information to county elected officials about public lands and natural resources, issues that will affect your counties and affect your communities. Just for as an example, at the previous USAC convention, we had a 2-hour Public Lands Committee meeting where we discussed issues such as the U.S. Forest Service's efforts to reduce wildfire risk in our communities. We had presentations from Utah State Parks on how counties can better access grant funding available for outdoor recreation programs. We had an update from the Attorney General's office on RS 2477 litigation which the majority of counties, including Grand County, are a part of. I think it was very informative and helpful for counties to know what's going on around the state. Similarly, at our annual convention, which was of course virtual, we had a 6-hour-long public lands and natural resources meeting where we covered a wide variety of topics, heard from multiple different federal officials to give us updates on what was happening. We had a presentation from the Property Rights Ombudsman's office that explained what counties can do to protect public access on county roads that cross private land, which is a growing issue in the state. So again, candidly, we all know that different counties have different perspectives on how public lands should be managed. I'm sure that will always be the case, but UAC's goal is to advocate on behalf of counties for the county governments themselves to have a greater role in the management and the say of what happens on the public lands when they're within their communities, as well as to inform counties about what's going on and provide information as needed. A big part of what we do at UAC and what I'm assigned to do is advocate for counties on behalf regarding PILT, both state and federal PILT payments. Over the course of the summer, we ran into a problem where the state of Utah had failed to had made an error in its reporting to the U.S. Department of Interior on some crucial data that caused a significant shortfall in the federal PILT that counties were owed, particularly Grand County. Grand County took the greatest hit, and so I was assigned to work with county treasurers across the state to go back to the state and with the information the state needed, help the state understand their error and fix the problem that resulted in majority of counties getting a boost in their federal PILT. We had a total of $2.3 million additional PILT money that came in from the federal government, 300,000 of which went to Grand County. That was the highest total of any county in the state. So that's just a summary of what UAC's Public Lands Committee does. And just as a note, I am the staff generally assigned to help out the Public Lands Committee, but as the staff attorney here at UAC, I work on many other issues as well, private land use issues and zoning issues, as well as general legal work and a lot of stuff to do with the CARES Act and the COVID-19 pandemic. Do any of the commissioners or other folks from the county have any questions about what the Public Lands Committee of UAC does, or my role in that, or how we could better, I guess, serve Grand County and include Grand County's perspective in what UAC is doing.
I think Grand County is unique in the fact that we have a fairly good relationship with our BLM and forest departments, and we treasure our public lands and want to protect them. And oftentimes that philosophy is across hairs with many of the other rural communities, counties. And so I feel at times that our voice is not heard, and I understand the need to support the majority, but it's hard for us to spend that kind of money on a lawyer when oftentimes our desires are very different from the other counties.
Thank you, Chairwoman McGann. And I, if I could just address that, again, we would be thrilled if more of the Grand County commissioners would participate in these meetings. I think you would see that the vast majority of what occurs is not necessarily pushing back on federal agencies, or it's not a venue to criticize federal land managers, but is an opportunity for education and information that is beneficial to all counties, regardless of your perspective or your philosophy regarding the public lands and natural resources within your counties. I should mention that we have very strong and frequent participation from several of the council members in Summit County on the UAC Public Lands Committee. I think they also have a lot in common with the folks on the Grand County Commission, and have very different perspectives on how public lands should be managed than a lot of other county commissioners around the state. But I've had these Summit County council members tell me multiple times that they find great value in participating in these meetings. They often will contact me asking that an agenda item be included, that a discussion item be brought up, something that's important to Summit County that they would like to learn more about. And so we make sure to include that, invite presenters to the meetings, either the Zoom meetings or the in-person meetings, to provide that information so that Summit County and the rest of UX membership can benefit that. And I would, we would be thrilled if any of you, if you're ever, if you're wanting to know more about an issue, if you would reach out to us, we would certainly make sure to include that in our next public lands meeting, make it so that you can hear about that issue, learn more about it, and other counties can benefit from that information as well.
Chair McGann, if I could, I do want to acknowledge your concern. And I think historically within the Association of Counties, there has been more of a culture going along with what you've described as maybe the Public Lands Committee taking positions on issues that didn't necessarily align with Grand County. And it seemed like a lost cause when you're outnumbered. For those of you who are new to the commission, let me make you aware that Jake was just hired as our counsel just last January. And from the time that Jake came on as staff and me being the CEO just now for about 18 months, we talked about these very things and what could we do to be more of an informational type organization rather than an organization that takes positions just based on a majority that just creates problems for others. We recognize certainly that there is room for growth. This year, the board made the decision to implement a policy and procedures committee. We recognize within the association that we've lacked adequate policies that help drive the efforts of staff in representing the council or the counties. And so I do want to recognize, I think it's a valid concern, especially existed historically, but I think that with bringing Jake on and the conversations that we've had about our role in these different issues and how better we can represent the counties and not take on divisive issues, we've really emphasized with Jake that his role is more informational, and regardless of your position on monuments or, whatever the case may be, it's to provide you the information so that you can then make decisions and be engaged at a higher level. And hopefully that is helpful.
I have a question. I think perhaps it's already been answered, but I just want to make sure. So putting together what Jake said and what Brandy said, currently the Public Lands Committee does not try to influence policy. It's just information sharing, but in the past that was otherwise. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes. That is true. And it's not to say that an issue wouldn't come up, but as it goes along with what Lincoln was saying with the advancement that we're making on positions that we take in general. Historically, different elected officials would call and we would begin working on an issue based on a phone call. We've recognized now that's creating us problems in a lot of different areas, whether it's public lands or other legislative areas. And so as staff and with our executive committee, we have been talking about a better process that we could have in place for making sure that we're adequately representing the counties and not individual elected officials. UAC's members are the counties represented by elected officials, but as was mentioned with the change in form of government and problems that existed there, the same thing could be true with the public lands issue. And so going forward, we're right now in the process of creating a form that would be hopefully very simple to fill out from an elected official, but would have the support of their entire, or at least unanimous support from the county in asking UAC to take on a position or take up an issue. And so we're working to get parameters and some structure around how we take positions and what efforts we do work on to make sure that we are representing the counties collectively and not individual elected official interests.
That's good. That's a good thing.
And Commission,
I had a unrelated question that if you had some other follow-up, I can wait.
I would just want to address Commissioner Walker's question. I don't want to represent that the Public Lands Committee is not engaging in any sort of policy advocacy at all. But I would say that is certainly not the focus. That is not something that occurs often, but when big issues arise, certainly the Public Lands Committee asks or votes to take a collective action and request that UAC staff then work on that action. But these are issues that, in my opinion, would be beneficial to all counties, regardless of their philosophy or perspectives regarding public lands. Issues regarding tilt, for example, issues regarding the reduction of wildfire risk, things like that. And that's another reason why we would be thrilled to have Grand County commissioners join these public lands meetings to add your voice to the conversation and share your perspectives, so that if there are times where other county commissioners want the Public Lands Committee to take a collective action, that all counties' voices are being heard.
And Jake, in terms of membership of the public lands, is that something that's all counties are contributing to? I've heard rumors that some of the urban counties have stepped out of that and kind of have more of a la carte sort of membership.
Brandy, do you want to address that?
Yes, I'd be glad to. Many years ago, when the decision was made to have an attorney on staff, there had been a position within UAC that was funded through general dues. When the decision was made that they wanted an actual attorney to help because of filings in different court proceedings, there was a separate assessment that was imposed at that time. It was referred to as the public lands dues, but the whole purpose of that was simply to provide an additional funding stream for the difference in cost from the staff member who had been on staff versus the added cost it was going to take to bring an attorney on staff. And so they created the public lands assessment, or the public lands dues, that were separate. Every county, with the exception of Salt Lake County, had been participating in that. keep in mind that Salt Lake County's dues have been upwards of $320,000 that they've been paying into UAC. And so there were other reasons for why they weren't paying an additional assessment. And then there was a period of time in 2019, I believe it was, that the prior attorney who had been working part-time for UAC left, and we just left the position vacant. The board was trying to make a decision on what direction to go and whether or not it was still needed or whether they were requesting that we have an attorney on staff. So during 2019, we did not impose the public lands dues. And then in 2020, I guess fall of 2019, the board made the decision to move forward with hiring. Yet again, made the decision, yes, they wanted an attorney just because of needing to review RS 2477 rulings or different things that were going on relative to court proceedings, and they felt that there was value in having an attorney. Then moving forward, as I mentioned, with the hiring of Jake and then reanalyzing the role of the Public Lands Committee and whether or not it made sense to continue with a separate dues assessment, the board made the decision to eliminate the dues assessment and instead roll it into the overall recalculation and the new formula that was adopted for dues. Along with that was a reduction in dues paid by Salt Lake County primarily, and the formula for the distribution was spread out. So the separate assessment for public lands went away altogether. Salt Lake County was very much involved. In fact, Michael Jensen on the council was involved in that conversation, was supportive of that, and the decision, going forward to eliminate the separate assessment and just roll it into the general dues. That's kind of the history of how it came about in the first place and why it made sense to now eliminate it.
So as of today, all the counties are participating on the public lands as well.
Yeah, so we don't recognize it any longer. Like I said, we've reevaluated the work that he's doing and the role that UAC has in public lands, and the board felt it unnecessary to separate it out. It is a function of what we do. We certainly want to be helpful to all counties. And as I mentioned, really are much more mindful going forward of not getting into areas that create divisiveness amongst our membership, which means sometimes we have to say, look, this is a controversial issue and something that UAC really should not be involved in. UAC exists to support the 29 counties. And I think that historically we may have gotten into some areas that created some problems for us. Grand County is as important to us as Salt Lake County or any other county. And we want to serve you. And we recognize that there are going to be issues that come up where you're different. Your communities are different. Your perspectives on things are going to be different, but we certainly want to be helpful and are working really hard to create better policies that allow us an opportunity to truly be a unifying voice for county government, which is why we exist. We were organized in 1924 at the request of some elected officials at that time who recognized a collective effort would be more efficient and provide better outcomes. And so we're going on nearly 100 years of being in existence. And I think with the rate that our state is growing and the complex issues that county elected officials deal with, we need to be thinking about these things. We need to be thinking about, are we going in the right direction? What can we do better to make sure that the association is representing the needs of our counties?
I know one of the crosshairs we got into was change of government, but it didn't stop with House Bill 224. It continued as early as last year. Representative Lyman was pushing that off 5th and 6th class counties, which includes us, must be a 3-person commission, and UAC supported that.
Mm-hmm.
And that was very upsetting to me. We'd already gone through hell with being forced to change our form of government, and then UAC to be able to support something that was going to put us through another hell. If that came up again, would UAC support it?
Well, like I said, our direction is, it comes from our members, but what we've lacked in in the past, as we've talked about a better way we can do this, as you can imagine, during the legislative session, things move very quickly. And I would say even to hold our Thursday meetings as regularly as we have held those throughout the session, things happen during the session where it just moves very quickly. And so we'll get phone calls from individual elected officials, and we act based on the input that we're getting there. And I acknowledge we've got to do a better job of creating structure around how we get feedback. I was pleased today, I received an email from one of the attorneys involved with the CivLac group saying, hey, we want to step up and recognize that maybe if we work more closely with individual affiliate leadership and kind of divide up the different issues and have an attorney assigned to these various subject areas, that maybe we can provide better feedback. So Chair McGann, I'm just going to acknowledge that the process in the past has been flawed, and we absolutely would love to have your input and suggestions on how we can do a better job of making sure that we're adequately receiving feedback. We send out daily updates every single night. I assure you, we have staff members who are on the Hill by 6 o'clock in the morning and don't leave until 7, 8 o'clock at night, and still go back to their homes and write summaries for the day and then get something out to the members sometimes 10, 11 o'clock at night. So we certainly try to get information out, and I know it's a lot to read.
Randy, I appreciate all that. I'd like to make some comments if I could on that piece. And I appreciate UAC's willingness to review their own procedures and admit flaws in the past. And that's very important, as is the role that UAC has in providing information to the counties. But we have provided feedback to UAC, and in particular on that change in form of government bill last year. And it's explained to us every single time we do that we just don't fit. I'm sorry, Christina Sloan, but all the other rural counties want a 3-person commission. And so that's our struggle. And it's not necessarily a UAC problem. It is that we don't fit, and dues are increasing. The scope of what you're doing is increasing, and yet we don't feel like it's benefiting Grand County. Lincoln is amazing at his job, but what I feel like we've lacked is, here's how we can get creative for Grand County. I get it that we don't fit, but even his example with TRT, and we were very disappointed in that effort as well last year. Okay, well, how can we get grant, if other rural counties want this advertising money, how can we still get creative and help Grand County? And I feel like that is where we're lacking. I do think Grand County can do a better job of communicating with UAC too, but I can tell you 100% of every single bill I've been involved in, I have been pushed aside as, you don't fit with rural Utah, or you don't fit with urban Utah. And we work by majority. And so I don't, I appreciate all this, but I don't hear any of that changing. And I don't know what you guys can do other than all of us getting more creative about where Grand County fits. But just so you know, that's my feedback. I'm also hoping to get information from you guys while you're here about what happened with the land use committee, why Summit County was removed, why Jamie Bracken in particular, who is a Summit County deputy attorney. For those who don't know her, she is brilliant. She is extremely experienced. She was removed at the request of a attorney who works with private developers. I've talked with Bruce about what happened. He told me everything, that he did demand her removal. It's something that very much upsets me, having worked with Jamie for a while. I am in the CivLac group. It's something that's riled people up. So I'm hoping you can talk to what happened there.
Yeah, let me explain that. First of all, I do want to acknowledge what you said. Thank you for your candidness. I recognize there's been some problems in the past. We're working on them, and I certainly appreciate your willingness to just speak candidly with us. Like I said, I've been the CEO now for about 18 months. The prior CEO was terminated. I think it's a pretty good indication that other problems have existed, and we can do better. But I commit to you that we care about Grand County. We care about your issues. We care about your uniqueness, and hope that you'll be a partner with us. So I appreciate your comment about your willingness also to maybe communicate better and be creative. And we certainly feel the same way. As far as what happened with the land use task force, And I don't know all the history of the creation of the land use task force. I know that we were offered a seat on the land use task force. I agree with you. Jamie is phenomenal. She does an incredible job and has spent an incredible amount of time representing county interests. And we certainly value her input and continue to do so. We were basically told that a decision needed to be made or our seat on that task force was going to be eliminated. We worked very closely with Summit County, Jamie, as well as Margaret and the council and their manager, Tom Fisher, trying to figure out the best path forward that would be the least controversial. And so they were very involved in the conversations. We did push back quite a bit. We were very protective of Jamie and appreciative of her involvement. It just became an issue where we were trying to get a legislative fix. Basically, we needed the repeal to happen, which took support from legislative leadership that didn't just come easy. I assure you of that. It took real work in order to get to the repeal that we were successful in getting. But they certainly were getting pressure from the other side. And so in close collaboration with Summit County, we made the decision to not just replace Jamie with another attorney, because we were concerned about what message that would send. And then also we hope to re-engage Jamie. She's expressed to us that she would be interested when the time is right to re-engage her on the land use task force. So in the meantime, she stepped back and Jake has been filling that seat for UAC as a UAC representative on the land use task force. So it was a lot of strategy. We're not thrilled with it either, but it was an effort to bring people together to the table and an attempt to get that bill repealed, which is exactly what, Summit County needed that to happen.
It is almost 6 o'clock. I think we have some other stuff to talk through. I appreciate UAC, and I agree we need to be more engaged from our side. I think we kind of threw up our hands at one point and just said we're going to go our own way. Evan, I did notice you had your hand raised. Did you?
Me?
I thought you did. Anyway.
Yeah, I was just gonna, well, I'm sorry, go ahead, finish what you were going to say.
But anyway, unless anybody has a lot more questions and there is something very important that UAC feels they haven't expressed to us, I think we need to move on.
Chair McGann, could I just summarize?
Yes.
For the benefit of the new commissioners, let me just say, we've talked a lot about the legislative advocacy work. I just want to bring to your attention the other things that UAC does, including our newly elected official training, which you'll be receiving information on. There's plenty of training opportunities, our conferences. Certainly this year, we've been very involved in CARES funding. So as you have a conversation about UAC, keep in mind that legislative advocacy is only, it is our major service offering, but there are other programs that we do as well, and we invite you to be engaged. Please let us know if there are other areas where UAC can be more helpful. We want you to consider us as support to you and the issues that you have, and whether it's training needs or legislative work that you need support on, or other areas of service where maybe UAC can assist you in those efforts. Keep in mind that there are other offerings as well, and we certainly appreciate you giving us the chance to do so. And for all of you, thank you for giving us the time. We certainly hope that that you'll find that there's an opportunity to improve things going forward, and would make the decision to allow us to continue to serve you and represent your interests.
Thank you. Any further questions, Council Commission? Okay, thank you very much. Thanks, Jake. Thanks, Zeke. Thank you, Brandy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You worked very hard on the pandemic, Brandy. I noticed that and I appreciated it. So thank you.
Thank you. Take care.
Thank you. We are to general business and action items. Appointing a new commissioner member to replace Jaylyn Hawks. This is one of the more difficult things that the commission handles. And it seems like we've had to handle this more often in the last few years than we've had in many years prior. To begin with, I want to thank all 4 applicants. Each of you come with great skills and willingness to serve. Steve Getz, you have given so much to Grand County, from running the food bank, serving on Canyonlands Field Institute, as well as your hard work at the Rotary Club, where you've helped so much, from Rotary Park to Seek Haven to the free health clinic. Your service is dedicated, and your dedication to this community is commendable. Josie, I very much appreciate your letter. I enjoyed it so much, I read it more than once, and I want to quote something you said because it spoke so closely, spoke to me so well. At its best, this is what Josie wrote, at its best, Moab can be a haven for those who like to live modestly and enjoy a good life centered around the outdoors and a robust community. At its worst, Moab can be an abrasive theme park fueled by outside investors and serving outside interests. Josie said, I want to grow my family in the best version of Moab. That was very well stated, Josie. I very much appreciated it. Sarah Stock, you have worked behind the scenes in this county for the 6 years I have been on the commission. You are dedicated. You do not ask for attention or recognition. I appreciate it. You were instrumental in helping Grand County bring an end to the Book Cliff Road. And I don't think many people realize that work you did. And I want to thank you very much for not just that, but all the work you've done behind the scenes. Stephen Stocks, you have demonstrated your willingness to serve by running for county attorney and commissioner at large. Running a campaign when you have an opponent is very stressful and hard. And the fact that you've been willing to do it twice says a lot. And then you did an amazing job serving as the chair of the change of government. I watched you in actions, and I heard great praise from Ruth Dillon, Bob Greenberg, Walt Dabney, and Marcy Till. I'm sure every member of that committee appreciated your work. This is a very hard decision. I know I've spent much time thinking and processing, and I know my commission has read the letters, have thought, have talked to different people, so we are going to move forward. Do I have any county commissioners that would like to speak or make a
Chair?
motion? Yes,
If I may?
Gabe? Yes.
Yeah, I just want to make sure, I would just want to second the gratitude expressed to these 4 applicants for sticking their necks out and applying for this opening. I think I see a group of applicants that show commitment and dedication to making Grand County a better place for its residents. And these are the types of proven assets that would all make really fine commissioners, from what I can tell. Steve Getz, I had the pleasure of working with him in his capacity with the Rotary Club and my own at the time with the Youth Garden Project. And just a very impressive record of service, and someone who strikes me as having a strong sense of wisdom and impartiality, much like the way that I sense that Commissioner Hawks always had. Josie Kovash, much like myself, has an extensive background with nonprofits and grassroots community building efforts. And in the times that I have watched back at recordings of Planning Commission meetings for various topics, I've been really impressed in their time serving on the Planning Commission. Stephen Stocks is a well-respected professional, engaged in the community, adept in discussion, and by all counts, we were very lucky to have him serve as chair of the Change and Form of Government Study Committee. For me, water conservation policy, I see is an issue at the forefront for the county. The city of Moab has shown leadership in this regard, and I think it's time that the county step forward in crafting policy that will maintain the viability of our precious life-giving water resources for generations to come. I think Sarah Stock is the applicant that has tangible experience and background in understanding the topic of water in the county and is capable of helping us be leaders in protecting it. I think that she also shares with all the other applicants a purpose and dedication towards problem solving that is essential to the role. And I would love to put out a motion on the table if you would permit that, Chair.
Yes.
Oops, I gotta unlock the screen here. I move to appoint Sarah Stocks to fill the vacant seat of Grand County Commission District 3 and swear them into the office.
Motion by Gabriel Wojtek. Do I have a second? Seconded by Kevin Walker. Discussion.
Go ahead, Kevin. Go ahead.
Thanks, Trish. Yeah, no, I echo everything that Mary and Gabe said, and here's my much briefer version of similar thoughts. I think all 4 of these candidates are capable, and I could imagine myself happily voting for any one of them if the competition weren't so stiff. I have known Sarah for a while, and I think she's a very smart and capable, dedicated to the welfare of our community, and saying positive things about Sarah that shouldn't be interpreted as negative things about any of the other candidates. As I say, if they weren't up against such stiff competition, they probably would have easily, gotten my vote. I do think an issue that seems really important to me, during the campaign, I was kind of saddened to learn that most of the voters I talked to thought our community is heading in the wrong direction, and that it is not as nice a place to live as it was 5 or 10 years ago. And I think it's, the most important job for the commission is to try to turn that around so that people will say 5 years from now, yeah, things are getting better. We like it. And to me, and based on my knowledge of Sarah and her past work, she's the person who I have the most confidence will help bring that about.
Thank you. Trish, did you have something to say?
Yeah, I just kind of, this is a tough deal. I mean, we've got some outstanding candidates. It would have been nice if it weren't. I mean, it's a tough deal. I know these individuals, and they're all just outstanding. I will kind of throw. I want to say a little bit more about Steve Getz. I worked with him on the board for CFI for a period of time. He's just a tremendous individual. I think he brings a wealth of experience. He brings some conservative values with him. He was raised in a ranching community in Colorado, and I was raised in a very rural natural resource extraction community, and I think there's some value to add some diversity to the board that would represent this community. So I'm throwing that out. I think he would be of great value. He has given a lot to our community for an extended period of time, and I think he has a lot more to give. So, and again, this is tough because I love everybody that's up. So, but at some point you gotta say something.
Any further discussion?
Madam Chair, I also would echo that I would feel comfortable with any of these folks serving. I think they all add great things to the community. I have been really impressed with Sarah's research and dedication. There's a lot of other meetings, with the Community Impact Board and the Schools of International Trust Lands. And she's just, to me, seems like she has her finger on the pulse and is has my support for this position as well.
Any further discussion? Okay, we have a motion on the floor to have Sarah Stock as our to replace Jalen Hawks. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? We have the motion passed 5-1 in favor of Sarah Stocks Trish Hadeen voting against. Thank you.
And of course, I'm not really opposed. I think she'll do a spectacular job. I just had
I understand. I was going to abstain, but I thought that was the chicken way out. So congratulations, Sarah.
And I also wanted to say that just show her last name is Stock without the S, I think.
Stock. Yeah, her dad used to make funny jokes about that. So Quinn, are you ready to swear Sarah in?
You bet, Sarah. Raise your right hand and repeat after me. You're gonna have to unmute though. You're still on mute.
Unmuted.
Okay. I, Sarah Stock,
I, Sarah Stock,
having been appointed to the office of Grand County Commissioner for District 3.
Sorry, will you repeat that? My internet was glitching.
That's okay. Having been appointed to the office of Grand County Commissioner for District 3.
Having been appointed to the office of Grand County Commissioner for District 3.
Do solemnly swear or affirm.
Do solemnly swear or affirm.
That I will support, obey, and defend.
That I will support, obey, and defend.
The Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of Utah.
The Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of Utah.
And that I will discharge the duties of my office with fidelity.
And I will discharge the duties of my office with fidelity.
All right, you're sworn in. Thank you, Mary. Thank you, Sarah.
So now, Sarah, you are part of the commission and you will be able to vote and participate in the rest of the meeting. And knowing your dedication, I'm sure you're prepared. It is past 6 o'clock. It is 6:09. That we have a second public hearing time for citizens to be heard. This was an idea of Mark Horowitz and we put it in place. So we do listen to the people who speak during citizens to be heard. So do we have any citizens to be heard? Mallory?
I do not see anybody new on. There were a few folks earlier who I asked about, but I don't think anybody is. If you are on, again, *6 to unmute, and you can also turn on your camera. But at this time, Mary, it doesn't look like we have anyone.
Okay.
Pardon me, Mallory. This is Tony Mancuso here. I'm speaking as the chair of the Grand County Noxious Weed Control Board. I noticed, and it may have been a typo in the meeting's agenda today later on, in volunteer appointments of commission members to boards, that our board, the Noxious Weed Control Board, wasn't on the list. And I apologize if I missed that or misunderstood that agenda item, but with Rory Paxman gone, our board, Noxious Weed Control, is going to be needing a commission member to fill Rory's place. So if that's happening at a different time, I apologize for taking up an already late meeting, but just wanted to point that out there. Thank you very much.
That's our next job. Tony, we will move right into it. So a nice segue. So we are approving, grab the wrong thing. Okay. We are approving assignments of Grand County Commission representative liaisons to districts and county board committees, commissions and committees and other agencies. At this time, I would like Kevin Walker to share his screen because we did some pre-work so this wouldn't take an hour. So could you share your screen? And Sarah, many people have expressed their desire and there's some that are left, but I want you to let us know if there's a committee, board, or district that you really, really want that someone else has volunteered to serve on. So Kevin, do you want, to begin with, Sarah, is there a certain board or commission meeting that you have a strong desire to participate in?
I think that there are a few. Let me pull up a list.
Let's go. Okay.
I'll just try. I'll participate as you go through.
Okay, Kevin. I said yes on the airport board, but I'm really comfortable letting that one go if someone would like to let it go, if someone else would want to do it. Okay. Arches Hotspot Region Coordinating. Evan said he would be part of that. To make this go faster, look through it, Sarah, and Kevin, you can probably find it, the ones that nobody's assigned to. Could you get to the ones that no one's signed to?
Okay, I will go through and mention those. So there's the Arches Special Service District Board.
I'm happy to stay on that. Sarah, a little background on that is there's a wastewater treatment plant on the north side of the river, and that's the board that handles that.
Mm.
It's a little misleading. It doesn't actually have to do with the national park.
Okay. I'd be willing to do that, I guess, but if you're comfortable staying on, then go ahead.
Yep, I'm happy.
Okay, the next unclaimed one is Boundary Commission. Evan and Jacques indicated they're willing. I'm also willing. You know, those guys already have too much going on.
I believe that's another as needed, isn't it?
Yeah, so it's not a
Yeah.
heavy.
So,
okay, shall I take it or would you rather do it?
I sure, you can put me down for it.
Okay. Next unclaimed one is Building Codes Board of Appeals. And if you've got too much of it, I'm willing to do it, but you indicated you were willing.
And, that one's an as need too. I don't think it's ever been called, has it?
I've been on it for 4 years and haven't had a meeting.
Well, I think you should stay on it until we get a meeting. I mean, that would
okay. Fair enough.
Fulfilling. One of these days, your ship will come in. Next one, Catastrophic Wildfire Initiative Governors, another as-needed board.
Sarah, that might be interesting to you. There's some interest in fire mitigating around the state, which also would mean having roads developed for access. And so if you've got the bandwidth, that might be something that's up your
Yeah,
alley.
I'm definitely willing. I'm willing for that one.
Okay, shall I assign that to Sarah? Maybe we can, after we go through this, we can just take one last look, and if somebody needs to fix something, we can do it then.
Does that just come up? So that's just a meeting will be announced and as needed. Does anyone have any general idea about how often it meets?
It's kind of a new board that has been encouraged by the state. So it's kind of in its new beginning. They're trying to get their feet on the ground. I'm sure you'll have them. You were part of the meeting, you know, with Thompson Springs and around there, and just trying to figure out ways to lower fire danger. So it's fairly new. Trish, I see both of us are interested in Canyon Country Partnership. Why don't we share that? Because it only meets every other month. At times you can't make it, and I don't think there would be any problem, the two of us going.
That sounds great.
And it's pretty interesting. I think anybody that ever wants to participate in Canyon Country Partnership should just jump on.
Hey, Mary. So in the past with that, I think it would probably be fine to have more people go, but you have to pay the fee for each person.
Oh,
So
okay.
it's like $450 per membership.
Well, okay, we'll share that. It's be one person going, One person.
Without the food, it's no, I'm joking. They make great catered meals for that. The time that Mary brought me.
After COVID, we'll go back to that.
Next unclaimed one is the cemetery.
I'm willing and able. I just didn't want to snatch them all up before we had a new replacement either. So
It's a pretty mellow one, Sarah. It's a pretty mellow one.
The scheduling on that is a little hard for me.
Okay.
I'm happy to stay on it.
Wrong thing, please. Just
I might need to double check that because I might have picked something else up that had a conflict with that. So, but put me on there now, and
Okay.
if I need to bring it up in a week, I will.
Council on Aging Board.
I'd be willing.
Come here.
Oh, is my internet down? Sorry, I'm having some internet glitches. Has anyone said anything about the Economic Development Advisory Board?
Yeah, I'm ready to go on that one for sure.
Okay.
Did Kevin lock up? Are you there, Kevin? Oh, now he's moving.
Okay. Next one,
What should I put on number 18?
Economic Development, Utah.
I'm not sure if it makes sense to marry that with number 17 or mix it up, but I'm happy to go yes on that too.
I think it's a good combination.
Yeah, they don't. EDC doesn't really have a lot of meetings these days. They may rev it back up.
Okay. Next one, Local Emergency Planning Committee, LAPC Hazmat.
I'd be happy to do that one.
And I think it's one that doesn't meet very often.
I'd also do that mosquito abatement district board.
OSTA Advisory Committee.
That's on Spanish Trail Arena.
I'd be willing to take that on if no one else wants to.
This one, it says rotating, so we don't have to assign anyone here, correct?
Right.
Okay. Thompson Springs Fire District Board. Is that, I mean, I thought we are this Thompson Springs Fire District.
We are. They don't have a board, so we can skip that for now. We are.
Water Board for Thompson.
I'll do that. I'll do that, Kevin.
We don't appoint that board. Or no, you're right. I think we do have a liaison. That was Greg. So yeah, go ahead. But
I can do that, Kevin.
I think the
Transportation Special Service Board.
they get to decide, they're in charge of figuring out roads that need to be fixed, that there's not the money in the budget. This is mineral lease money that does this. And they also are working on flood mitigation, drainage. So
Yeah, mostly stormwater these days.
stormwater, I meant.
That's the same time as the cemetery. I would do one or the other. So
Okay, I can take it if you're happy at the cemetery.
yep.
And then weed control board, noxious weed control.
I'll take it. Also, Trish, I see that you're on the Watershed Partnership. I also have an interest in continuing to go to those meetings. I don't know if it makes sense to have two.
You can have it.
Cool.
Yeah, I was going to say something about that one, and I would encourage any commissioner to pop in on that one at any time, because it's a great meeting.
You learn a lot. You learn a lot, and it's well run. Okay, are we through?
I think that's everything. Does anyone want to double check the list to make sure that I haven't made any clerical errors here? We can always fix it at a future meeting, I guess.
Heaven, this is Mallory. Tonight or tomorrow, would you mind sending me that list? It would make it a lot easier for us updating our website and our list of assignments. And thanks for putting that together.
Yeah.
Yeah, instant. Thank you.
Yeah, I thought it was.
And Mallory, you'll get that out to us eventually.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Kevin, for that. Made it a lot easier. In the past, we've always been like writing furiously.
It was painful in the past. Let's put it that way.
Using what?
So,
Okay, well, I'm glad it made the meeting easier.
Because yeah, I prepped Mallory. I was like, you better be ready for this, because I think she got her own spreadsheet too, but you did a good job. So thank you.
Okay, so I should stop sharing my screen now.
yeah. Thank you, Kevin. Thank you for doing that for us.
Do we need a motion around that, or is it?
I do believe we need a motion.
Yes,
I would move to approve the assignments of the county commission representatives, liaisons to districts and county boards, commissions and committees, and other agencies as discussed today and presented in the wonderful spreadsheet.
Thank you, Evan. Motion by Evan. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Jacques. Discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, we are on item F, approving, it passed unanimously. Excuse me, Quinn, forgot that.
I got it.
Okay. F, approving volunteer appointments to districts and county boards and commissions. The first one is Canyon Healthcare Special Service District. That is you, Gabe. You're up.
I move to approve the, I'm the presenter.
Presenter, and you can just move.
Okay, I'll just make the motion. I move to approve the reappointments of Paula Martin and Ken Ballantyne to serve on the Canyonlands Healthcare Special Service District Board with terms beginning January 1st, 2021 and expiring December 31st, 2024.
Second.
I'll second that.
Okay, motion by Gabriel Rotek, seconded by Tricia Dean. Do we have any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Thank you. We are now to the cemetery district. It is on, if you're having a hard time finding these, this is on 104, page 104.
Madam Chair,
Up
if I
on that, Evan?
Yep, I'm sad to report that Marcia Marshall is stepping down. She's been serving greatly for a long time now. But with that, we found a wonderful replacement, and I would move to approve the appointment of Terry Lewis to serve on the Cemetery Maintenance District Board with term beginning January 1, 2021 and expiring December 31st, 2024.
Motion by Evan Clapper. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Kevin Walker. Any discussion?
There was one applicant for the record, so.
Okay. We are now to.
Oh, you didn't call the vote.
Call for a vote. Okay, I'm trying to keep up with this. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Thank you. We are now to Emergency Medical Service. It's on page 108 and it's Gabe.
Psych, I'm going to take it. I would move to approve the reappointment of Elizabeth Tubbs and the appointment of Jim Webster to serve on the Emergency Medical Services Special Service District Board with terms beginning January 1st, 2021 and expiring December 31st, 2024.
Motion by Evan Clapper. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Jacques Hadler. Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Passes unanimously. So now we are to Housing Authority. And I am up for that because that's Jay Lynn's. Unless somebody's at page 119.
I got it. Mary, I move to approve the reappointment of Katie Hanway to serve on the Housing Authority of Southeast Utah Board with term beginning 1/1/2021 and expiring December 31st, 2025.
Motion by Kevin Walker. Do we have a second? Do we have a second?
Oh, second.
By Gabriel Wojtek. All discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? No. Okay, then we are to, I'm trying to get to the page. These aren't.
I'm ready.
127. It's Madam Chair, if I may, it's
Okay.
regarding the appointment to the library board. And
Okay.
we had some good applicants there, but the board unanimously recommended Didier Charles and Rose List. So I move to approve the appointments of Mr. Charles and Rose List, or I'm sorry, Didier Charles and Rose List to serve on the library board with terms beginning January 1st, 2021, and Charles's term expiring the 31st of 24, and List term expiring December 31st of 23.
Motion by Evan Clapper. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Sarah Stock. Discussion? Seeing none, I will call for a vote. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? It passes unanimously. We are now at the Planning Commission. And that's the one. I can't make the motion, I realize. Could somebody make the motion?
I move to approve the reappointment of Josie Kovash and the appointments of Steve Evers and Makeda Barkley to serve on the Planning Commission with terms beginning January 1st, 2021 and expiring December 31st, 2024 for Kovash and Evers and expiring 12/31/2021 for Barkley.
Motion by Kevin. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Jock Hadler. Discussion?
I actually have a brief discussion. I don't know if Chrissy's available, but so there were 3 openings on the Planning Commission, but there was a late arriving resignation letter just a couple of days ago. And we did actually have more than 3 applicants, one of whom was just barely missed out in making it in the Planning Commission's top 3. I'm guessing there's no way we can kind of take a shortcut and just appoint 4 people right now, that we have to go through all the motions again. Chrissy, is that correct?
Not sure without checking some stuff. Chris, do you know?
did they interview the person that you would want to appoint?
Yes, we did. We did interview. It would be Rick York is his name, and he applied for at the time we were considering 3 open positions, but as of 2 days ago, there's actually 4 open positions.
Yeah. I think that I do think that the Planning Commission needs to probably make a recommendation first.
How many applicants were there?
So let me try to convince you that they already have. So the Planning Commission picked the candidates, and Josie Kovash was first, and Chris Evers was second, and then it was a tie for third between Rick York and Makeda Barkley, and then we had a tie-breaking vote, and Makeda won that. So, I think the Planning Commission. I'm sure unless we get new applicants, I'm guessing the recommendation will come out the same. But I'm just trying to save time. But if it's,
I guess that's kind of a gray area. I think you could probably do it because the person's been interviewed. I mean, you have the option. You have the option to appoint whoever you want who's been interviewed. You don't have to take the recommendation of the Planning Commission at all. It's just that they've made a recommendation for 3 instead of 4, and that's the only sticking point. But I don't personally think that there's probably any code violation there. I don't know.
Because there's been times that we have not voted for the person that is recommended. So
Yeah.
I think it would be fine for you to make a motion for Rick York to take Watson's place. I think that would be fine.
Okay.
Kevin, let's do a substitute motion and just read everything the same as before, and then add in the other name. Because if we do an amendment to a motion, then we have to vote on the amendment, then vote on the motion again.
I'm revising my motion with permission of the chair. And so again, I move to approve the reappointment of Josie Kovash and the appointments of Steve Evers, Makeda Barkley, and Rick York to serve on the Planning Commission with all 4 terms beginning 1/1/2021. And then we've got a few different expiration dates for Steve Evers and Josie Kovash. The expiration date is December 31st, 2024. For Makeda Barkley, it's December 31st, 2021. And for Steve York, it's December 31st, probably whenever Brian Walston's term expires, which I believe is 2023, but let me just say it, whenever, to fill out the remainder of Brian Walston's term.
Motion by Kevin Walker. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Jacques Hadler. Any questions or discussion?
I'd be happy to endorse Rick York. My wife was on the Planning Commission along with Kevin, and she voted for Rick, and that's good enough for me.
So, any other discussion?
Were there other applicants for the 4th position?
Yeah, there were other applicants. I think 2 withdrew at the last minute, but Mark Horowitz, actually Emily's here. She would probably know better than me. Emily, are you okay with what we're doing?
I am. I was watching on YouTube, and actually that's why I jumped in. So there was a split vote, and because we did stacked ranking for that first vote, everybody had a chance to vote. And so Rick did receive, beyond the minimum, I think, to make this justifiable. The one thing I would ask is, I think given that Makeda did ultimately get the tie-breaking vote, that we may give her the longer term of the 2 that are not the full 4-year terms. But I think I can speak confidently as chair that the commission would support this choice.
Okay, well, I will revise. I don't have a strong opinion about who gets which term.
Just leave it. I just leave it.
Okay, I'm fine with that.
Okay, we had a motion by Kevin Walker and seconded by Jacques Hadler. Is there any further discussion? Thank you, Emily, for jumping in. Any further discussion?
With the chair's input there, I'm comfortable with the 4th appointment tonight.
Okay, all in favor? Aye. All opposed? Nay. Passes unanimously. Quinn? We are to the Recreation Board. This was Rory Paxman. Would someone make a motion? It's on page 153.
Madam Chair, I would move to approve the appointments of Kathy Wilson and Jim Lewis and Robert Holland as the Castle Valley representative to serve on the Recreation Special Service District Board with terms expiring December 31st, 2023 for Holland and expiring December 31st, 2024 for Wilson and Lewis.
Motion by Evan Clapper. Do I have a second? Seconded by Tricia Dean. Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Passes unanimously. We are to the Solid Waste Special Service District. This is a board I'm on. Kevin Fitzgerald has been serving very well for years, and so I would like someone to make a motion that we.
I move to approve the reappointment of Kevin Fitzgerald to serve on the Solid Waste Special Service District Board with term beginning January 1st, 2021 and expiring December 31st, 2024.
Motion by Kevin Walker. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Evan Clapper. All in favor? Discussion? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Fine. We are on the Travel Council Advisory Board, and that also is me, and they did the interviews, and I'm not a voting member, but everybody voted for these people. So would someone make a motion or for this board?
I would move to approve the reappointment of Sharon Kinzel, I apologize for my pronunciation, on the Travel Council Advisory Board for a term ending December 31st, 2024. And authorize the chair to sign all associated documents.
Motion by Evan Clapper. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Jacques Adler. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you. That was fairly expedient. We are on item G, approving 2021 cooperative agreement with Utah State University Extension. Michael Johnson.
So thank you for seeing me, and I would like to ask you to approve the cooperative agreement with Utah State University Extension between Grand County and USU Extension. This will allow Extension to continue doing work, and with the new building being built, hopefully to be finished, hopefully early 2022. There'll be even more opportunities, plus with the university's willingness to hire 2 more agents or faculty members should really propel Extension further with their ability to help the community.
Thank you, Michael. Questions for Michael?
Yeah, I have a question. I'm sorry.
Go
Mike,
ahead.
do you know what areas those individuals are going to work on? I know Extension does a ton of different steps, so I'm just interested in that.
So the broad focus would be horticulture for one, but that would include ag and natural resources. And the broad focus for the other would be family and consumer science. They call it home and community now, which would be finance, parenting, food safety, all the issues that are under there. And a lot of that would be, similar things that I've seen the needs and been asked to do here in the community. They would follow through, but I know they would be able to find more opportunities having 2 instead of just 1 person.
Okay, any further questions?
And so, Mike, these are going to be your replacement. Are you flattered to have 2 people replacing your one that you've been cranking away at for?
I found it interesting that I asked for years of getting another person. Don't get me wrong, it's been quite interesting to be able to, as an ag person, as a horticulture person, to be able to pushed myself to get involved in the family and consumer science issues, to run a tax program for the community, to help with food safety issues, testing. I mean, I ran or taught finance classes for a long time. It's been quite rewarding. Yes, you know, it's interesting that they've decided this, but I believe part of it was the commitment of Grand County to find funds for that new building, and that new building, the extension portion of it, is really going to allow more opportunities. People will be able to do things within the building that I had to run around different places to do. So yeah, you know, I'm grateful that the university saw a need to match the willingness of Grand County to push forward extension in the community.
Well, thanks for all the hard work that you've put in over the years with that and pushing that ball forward to bring the extension to where it is. And with that, Madam Chair, I would like to move to approve the 2021 cooperative agreement with Utah State University Extension.
Motion by Evan Clapper. Do I have a second? Seconded by Tricia Dean. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Passes unanimously.
I want to thank all of you and all the previous county council members, the county administrators, and all the staff that have worked in the county that have been so supportive of extension in all these years. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you, Mike.
Oh, we are on item H, approving grant match for 2021 Community Assessment and Destination Stewardship Plan through Utah Office of Tourism. Elaine Geisler. You're muted.
There we go. I move to approve the Moab Area Travel Council's grant match for the 2021 Community Assessment Destination Stewardship Plan through the Utah Office of Tourism. So the Utah Office of Tourism will match the grant. This would be something I've wanted to do for a very long time. The community assessment is known as the scope of work that would be conducted by the Carraggio Group through the Utah Office of Tourism grant, and it'll focus on stewardship of a thriving destination rather than a developing an emerging destination. There will be extensive stakeholder engagement throughout the project, and the scope of work will ensure that the plan is locally driven and significant community buy-in to the strategies. This will involve our community input, and at this juncture, I think it's critically important that we move forward with education, sustainability, and leave no trace in our fragile environment. So the total cost is $25,000. It would $12,500 would come out of the Travel Council budget, and then the Utah Office of Tourism would match it. There are 3 phases of this process, and we would be involving the residents and their hopes for the future for the visitor economy in Grand County. And I think this is such a great opportunity. I wanted to do something like this in 2020, but with COVID, it didn't materialize. And now that UOT is offering to pay for a portion of it, I think it's great because we will be able to get strategic decisions made for Grand County and our visitor economy. They quoted in the deck that they sent out over a 10-year planning horizon, but I think we can go back and we can tailor with Carraggio what we would want. And I would think that we would want to propose a 3 to 5 to 10-year strategic plan. So I think it's great because we can get a lot of input from the community. I think a lot of times they feel isolated in what is happening, and it would be great to get their involvement.
Thank you, Elaine. Questions? It's kind of serendipity that this is happening this year. Do I have a motion? Jacques?
I'd love to. What page is that on, Mary?
It's on page 179. You should be able to go. Evan?
I've got it. If I can steal your motion, Jacques, I move to approve the Moab Area Travel Council grant match for 2021 Community Assessment and Destination Stewardship Plan through Utah Office of Tourism.
Motion by Evan Clapper, seconded. Did you
I'll second
that? Jacques Hadler, discussion.
Elaine, what's the deliverable from this? Is it just a report basically, or?
We would be, we'll go through phases, and before anything is actually finalized, a strategic plan on how for destination stewardship, because the resolution came out last fall from the Grand County Council. The Travel Council is working on educating the visitors, and we're changing all of our marketing to preserve and protect and all of that. So I think this is a chance to say, how do we want to move our destination forward? Generally, communities have used Coragio when they're looking to increase or move into tourism. So Carbon has used them, Emory County's used them, other counties around the state. But we're just the reverse. We're already a destination that doesn't need to look for that. So what we want to do are ask the local community for their input, what they would like to see going forward. It's a vision from the residents of the community, their point of view, and then really coming up with a strategy, and that might mean adding into more of what we're trying to do currently with education, but involving a broader portion of the community and also involving the commissioners, because as we go through the phases, there will be working sessions. There's a lot of involvement. It's something that's going to take place over a period of several months. And then we would come to the commissioners, lay out what, the findings from Coragio based on all of the discussions. Of course, all of this is going to be done over Zoom right now. And the Utah Office of Tourism, we're going to do a survey, put out a survey, and the Utah Office of Tourism will help promote that survey so that we do get a very, good turnout here in the county. They would help promote it, because basically what we're asking for is the local community input on what they'd like to see with destination stewardship for our community going forward over the next, I'm thinking 3 years, 5 years, 10 years.
I guess in terms of the deliverables, one of my questions was, it looks like they're going to do a lot of kind of studying of profiling current visitors, and I think the messaging that you're just talking about is great, but I think we all realize that this is the golden goose here, and nobody's trying to kill tourism or anything like that. And but I hope that the discussion will kind of include potential visitor profiles and kind of figuring out who we would like to attract in a way to steer in that direction. If that makes sense.
It does approach visitor profiles based on the data, like who's visiting our county and why, and how do these data-driven visitor profiles match up to our lived experience of our visitors. So it's going to be a combination of the visitors, combination of the local community, and then coming up with a strategic plan for destination stewardship and what will work best for our community. And I think this is long, long overdue.
Great. That was all. I just wanted to know what we were kind of getting out of it. So thanks for that. I think there was already a motion, Mary. If
Mary, you are muted.
Thank you. Jacques, you seconded it, and Evan, you made the motion, correct?
Right.
Okay, if there's no further discussion, I will call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, we are to.
Thank you.
Thank you. Agenda item I, approving the Dalton rezone of 2 acres at 1490 South Highway 191 from rural residential and highway commercial to highway commercial in its entirety.
All right.
Mila?
Yes. So this was an item that we had a public hearing for at the last meeting. And my understanding is that the new commissioners were either in attendance or had a chance to listen to that recording. So I'll just give a really brief summary. We have a property right on the highway. The parcel numbers in your packet. It is currently split zoned, highway commercial and rural residential. And the application is to zone the entire property to highway commercial. This property is in the city annexation plan, and if it were to be annexed, it would be zoned entirely C4, which is their commercial, one of their commercial zones. The Planning Commission voted 3-2 to send a favorable recommendation to the County Commission, which motion failed for lack of a majority, noting concerns about expanding commercial property near the residential area to the back.
That was
staff supports the recommendation.
Abstentions, right?
What was that? Sorry.
3-2-2. I mean, there were 7 people there and 2 abstained.
Yes, 3-2-2. Yes. And I'm happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Did they give any reasons why they abstained?
I don't recall any specific abstention reasons.
I think there were, I mean, I was one of the people who voted no, though it's not something I feel super strongly about, but I think the concern with me and Garish, who voted against it, was, you know, we're taking a residentially zoned chunk and converting it to commercial, and that's been going on in small ways for several years now in 191. And I'm guessing the people who abstained were just on the fence between that and the arguments in favor of granting this.
Yeah, I typically am not one that wants to take any residential potential off the table, but the split zones have never really made a lot of sense to me. It's hard for me to wrap my mind around a single parcel having different zones and different sections. And in the past, we have taken similar actions on other properties. And so with that in mind, I move to approve the rezone of real property from rural residential and highway commercial to highway commercial in its entirety for real property known as parcel number 02-0018-003 and more particularly described in the approving ordinance.
Thank you, Evan. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Gabriel Wojtek. Discussion.
I'm
like Evan. I normally do not want to take away any commercial, residential, but this piece has been used for commercial for a long, long time, and it doesn't make sense to me to have a split zone. So,
I think I was just going to say, as a point of discussion, not necessarily relevant to this, but that it kind of brings up another reason that I'm glad that it comes to us for this decision is that I worry about buffers between the commercial and residential areas. And looking at this particular property, I don't see that as an issue as much as in other places. And, as we continue our discussions on land use codes and zoning and stuff, I wouldn't mind seeing a transitional zone where there could be, a mix of commercial and residential and not just everything that highway allows, if that makes sense. Or, yeah, that's all.
Yes,
Go ahead,
Kevin?
Kevin.
I don't want to create a big fuss, and in fact, maybe just as a gesture of goodwill, I'll vote for this. But I do disagree with the reasoning that people are offering. First, I don't see the big deal about split. I mean, I could see the problem with the split zone if one piece is only a quarter acre or something, but I think the other half of this one's roughly an acre. We've had other things where the split off piece is 2 acres. You can just subdivide the parcel into a commercial piece and a residentially zoned piece. It's very easy to deal with. So I mean, these things have come up ever since I was on the Planning Commission, and I've always been very unpersuaded by this idea that split zone, there's something wrong with split zones, unless one of the pieces is very small. So I disagree with that reasoning. I also think Evan brought up buffers, and I'm glad he did, because the people who live kind of adjacent to this formerly residential parcel are now suddenly going to live adjacent to commercial things, and that can have a depending on how this commercial piece is developed, assuming we pass this, that could have a very big effect on them. In the future, one might want to think about putting explicit larger buffer zones, if we're taking formerly residential areas and making them commercial. And I think during the discussion, I think the landowners argued that there's no access to this, but there is access. It's just through the existing lot. So if someone really wanted to put a house back there, I think they could do it with no problem. This isn't the I think my antipathy toward this is not about so much this one particular proposal, but a whole series of things that have been spread out over the past 3 or 4 years. This isn't the worst offender, I think. So it's not really the best test case, which is why maybe I'll end up voting for it. But I do, I would like to maybe not see any more proposals like this, or maybe in the future we should just start treating them a bit more skeptically. So anyway, those are the things I wanted to get off my chest.
I would like to find out how many more zones. Oh, I'm sorry, Trish, you were going to talk after Kevin. Go ahead.
I guess I just kind of want to come from, I just had something very similar happen in my neighborhood, and I am, representing Spanish Valley or a portion of Spanish Valley. And I'm quite concerned if we just continue to chip away at rural residential. And in this case, it's difficult because it was Harrison. I mean, it was a very commercial, heavy equipment. And so those people are used to that type of zoning, but I'm really concerned that we just keep chipping away at rural residential. It really, it's a concern to me.
I would like to maybe for future consideration is just to find out how many split zones do we have left in this county, and then systematically start looking at how we can deal with them, with providing like a buffer zone, with, looking at them as a whole instead of this piecemeal.
I think that's a great idea. Yeah, you'd need.
Doesn't the person have to ask for the zone change? But anyway, I think we should do that as a future consideration and do, not piecemeal like we have been. So put that on future considerations, Mila, just like you have so much to do, so little to do. Let's give you something else.
Sounds great. Yeah, and I can present that or show you a map of that. No problem. And, it's really mostly just along that highway commercial corridor along 191, where the highway commercial zone was applied with just, Chris Barrett is probably pulling it up, with just that standard buffer. I don't remember exactly what the width is, but it was not applied with any regard for parcel boundaries. So that's why we have a lot of these split zone parcels right on 191. And we can talk about some ways to deal with that, but that is the situation there.
Yeah, I would like some more tools in the toolbox, but that's for the future, and I don't want to hold up this request here while we figure all that out.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Passes unanimously.
No.
Thank you.
Sorry, Mary.
Trish voted against.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Sometimes that doesn't work. So thank you. Yell at me, Trish. Say Mary. So it passes 6-1 with Trish voting against. Thank you. We are now on approving the small area plan for Highway 313, Route 191. Mila.
All right. So just like our last item, this was another public hearing from our previous meeting. So the quick summary, and then I'm here for any questions if anybody wants to have any clarifications on anything, but the quick summary is that this is the culmination of our small area planning process that was initiated by County Commission and Planning Commission back about 6 months ago, maybe a little more than that, for the area by 313 and 191. What we have come up with is a 3-part land use code amendment rather than an official general plan amendment, and that is due to the general plan update that we're hoping to undertake this year. So this small area plan is actually a combination of an amendment changing the zone description for resort special, which is indicated to be the preferred rezone for the area if there are more rezone applications. The use table for resort special to reflect the preferred uses for that area. And then it also creates, I believe it's going to be Article 4.8, which is the Scenic Resource Protection District. And that would be immediately applied to all the private property in the area, as well as some of the state land. There is a map that you can see in the packet. Chris made a great suggestion, and you should have the new updated definition. Whereas before it said all real property, it now says all real property leased to a private person as defined in Land Use Code Section 10.2 or privately owned, to clarify the extent of to which parcels those standards would apply. Section 4.8 is largely development standards designed to protect the scenic resources of the area, which was identified by County Commission and Planning Commission, as well as the results of a large community survey as being the most important consideration for future development in that area. I think that's it. If anybody has any questions, let me know.
Questions?
So this is Chris Bear. There's also one other little amendment that I made in 2.12, the actual resort special district. I wrote, this zone is intended to be the preferred zone for the area defined in the boundary map of this land use code for parcels with access that adjoins US 191 and Utah State Route 313. That's different than the original at the public hearing. And I think that if you really think about how large that area is, that most of it is probably more appropriate as range and grazing zoning rather than resort special for that entire area. And I think the concept was just to have it as the preferred zoning for, the private parcels mostly around the highway. And so that's an additional amendment that I'm proposing in addition to the one that Mila brought up.
So
that was which one, Chris? What 2 point what?
2.12. So that's the actual zoning, resort special district. That statement really has no actual effect. It's kind of a recommendation, so to speak. But in 4.8, it references, there's some reference to that zoning in this scenic resource protection district. It doesn't, the underlying zoning prevails in the scenic resource protection district, but there's probably a fair bit of that land that may not have a zoning designation. And if it does, it's probably range and grazing. And so I just suggested in 2.12, the actual resort special district, that it not be the preferred zoning for the entire scenic resource protection district, but just the parcels that adjoin or have access to 191 or 313. Does that make sense?
Does to me. Thank you.
Because that boundaries of that district directly abut Arches National Park, and anybody who's been out there, you know, Willow Springs, Klondike, all those areas. I don't know that they would be appropriate for commercial development all through that entire area.
And Kevin, if you, have any objections to that, staff felt that that was more accurately reflected the Planning Commission's intention with this as well.
Yeah, no, I was about to ask you if you had any objections to it.
No.
So I guess, I'd like to make a motion, but I just want to make sure I say the right things. So I don't want to like read verbatim the amendments that Chris circulated. Can I just, what do you suggest I say so that, we can make this?
You can make a motion to adopt in your packet, you should have the clean version of section 4.8 and 2.12. And you can make a motion to adopt the clean versions that are in your packet of the amendments, Barrett amendments or something like that.
Okay, then I will move.
And there's the ordinance as well. So the ordinance would be, you'd be approving the ordinance. I need to go back to the, so
I think there was the typo in the motion. It said special resort district, and that should be resort special district.
Yes.
Oh, I see. So Chris, you've already written it out. I didn't realize, well, Meg said. So let me take a stab at the motion then. I move to adopt a proposed ordinance amending land use code sections 2.12, 3.1, and Article 4 to create a scenic resource protection district and integrate the same into the land use code sections involving the resort special district, as including the amendments to section 212 and others that Chris has circulated to the commission. Does that work?
Yeah, that works.
Motion by Kevin Walker, seconded by Evan Clapper. Discussion?
Yeah, I was on the planning commission while we were doing this, and I just want to give hats off to Mila for guiding us through this. I think it was kind of a rushed process, thanks to Evan insisting that it be done by the end of the year. So, but it, I think we got it done and it was efficient. I think it was a good discussion. I think the survey that planning staff set up was very useful. And I think this, the feedback we got from the survey and most of the public input was that, people didn't see this as an area that needed to be aggressively developed. They kind of liked it the way it was and didn't want to see rapid development there. On the other hand, there are people who own parcels up there who would like pathways in which they can develop their land. And I feel that what the Planning Commission came up with struck a good compromise between those two goals. So I support this.
Hey, Mary, can you give me the second again? Who seconded that? I missed that.
Evan Clapper.
Thank you.
I want to thank the Planning Commission and Mila because this was a hard lift and you took it on with a small staff. Things were in such transition and you did it with professionalism and dignity. So thank you. Any further discussion?
I just, a point of clarification with the landscaping requirements, a home garden wouldn't necessarily fall under that, would it?
No, I don't think so.
Right.
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up, Evan. Hopefully the minutes can reflect that that issue was discussed, and in voting for this, we think that landscaping does not include home gardens, and so there will be no restrictions on that. I don't think we need to change the text of the thing because I think it's already clear what that means. But if there's ever any ambiguity, they can come and look at the minutes, and this doesn't apply to home gardens.
Thank you, Kevin, and thank you, Evan. I meant to bring that up too, and I forgot. Thank you.
Oh, I do want to say one other thing, since I see Emily on the call. Emily, as chair of the Planning Commission, was very active, involved in this and keeping things moving forward. So I just want to congratulate her for taking a real significant interest in the Planning Commission. Not being content to just run the meetings, but also trying to make things work well and that we get things done on time. So thank you, Emily.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion, say aye or raise your hand or both.
Aye.
Okay. Do you know what it is, Trish? A motion passes unanimously. Trish, when you hold your hand up in front like this, it blends right into your hair. So maybe wave it so that I can see it. Okay, we are on item K. Approving the land use code amendments to section 1.7, 3.1.1, 3.1. I will refer to the agenda that we have on item K, approving the land use code amendments.
Somebody gets to read that out in the motion. This is our next set of land use code amendments, and they were separated out, of course, from the small area planning effort because they have to do with a few different things. The Planning Commission voted to split these up into two different parts. The first part was a unanimous recommendation to approve, and that was for everything that does not deal with camping. These are mostly land use code cleanup items. There's some changes of the wording. We used to have the Community and Economic Development Director. Now it's just the Community Development Director, small things like that. The second section of land use code amendments was voted 3-4 to send an unfavorable recommendation from the Planning Commission. This failed for lack of majority, and no replacement motion was made. These set of amendments have to do with defining camping in Grand County. The way that they are presented in this amendment is to not allow camping in Grand County. We do not have, as staff, I don't have a particular position on this. I think other staff have different positions. This was brought forward due to need for clarity. So essentially, we are asking for the County Commission to decide and direct us if you would like to prohibit camping on private property in Grand County, or if you would not like to prohibit it. Either way, it would be very helpful for code enforcement and general other enforcement, and being able to discuss this issue with the public, to know the direction in either way. So I know that I'm sure Christina has some more comments on that one, but the way that it's written, we would end up being able to use this to prohibit camping on private property in Grand County. And that is only private property. It does not apply to public land. And I also want to note, because this has come up a number of times, is that enforcement is entirely complaint-based. Nobody is going around to investigate anything. And we do get a number of complaints on all ends of the spectrum for this issue, from illegal campground, commercial type operations, to the nuisance neighbor next door that's living in a substandard condition, to kind of everything in between. So that's that background.
Can I ask a question? As it stands right now in the county, is it legal to have like a friend or a relative camping in a temporary way on your property?
This is the question that these amendments are trying to address.
So it technically
it's
is
unclear.
I'll weigh in on that. I do think that our predecessors, Mila and my predecessors, attempted to prohibit camping in our land use code, but it wasn't done well. So if you read 4 or 5 provisions together, you can argue that camping is prohibited, but that is too difficult to prosecute or to fine people and to enforce. And I want to make sure y'all understand that for years, we have sent people letters saying camping is prohibited in Grand County. And that's because there was this intention in the past, but it wasn't done well. And so, yes, Mila and I are asking for clarification. It's also important to know the city is already doing this, and we have modeled our language on the city's ordinance. So there's that piece. And I think it's helpful to think about it in 3 ways. There is health and safety issues, and these matters do concern some of our marginalized populations, low income and often mentally ill individuals who are living in substandard RV and other mobile home type situations. Currently, the county is part of a team that the health department leads to help relocate and provide those individuals with resources, but it's unclear what our footing is to participate. And again, we're sending out letters saying it's illegal for you to be living in this condition under our code and camping in this way on your property, but it's not actually clear in our code that we have that authority. So we want to clean that up. I want to make it really clear that we work with the health department and also community partners. We never evict anyone unless there's a place for them to go and unless they have resources and help. So that's one piece of it. The other piece of it is enforcement of our overnight accommodations ordinances, which of course we worked really hard for over a year to put into place. It's really hard to tell when someone's living in a van or an RV in someone's driveway or in front of their house, whether there's compensation being exchanged. That's pretty impossible for us to determine. So I do personally hope to see this approved. I think it's an important component of us enforcing our overnight accommodations ordinance. And then the other piece of it is this quietude and the protection of residential uses in residential zones. It is, besides ATV noise, van lifers and RVers in residential neighborhoods in our unincorporated county is the top complaint I get from folks. And my response when Smila and I really dug into how to deal with this was, our code is not clear what we can do for you and whether or not this is legal. So to Mila's point, we really want to make it clear. You know, it's up to you guys whether you want to wrap that up and clean up what I think we tried to do in the past, just not well, or whether you guys want to permit it. And that gives me and Mila direction with how to deal with all these complaints we receive. And I think the last thing too is just know we didn't get any public comments from anyone except for the individuals who own property north of town that are in the small area plan. That, you know, they have their own concerns. RV parks are going to be allowed in that zone. So if they want to allow camping on their property, they can, you know, move forward and apply for approval as an RV park. But otherwise, we did not receive public comments on this issue. I believe from 0 individuals other than the few folks north of town who weighed in. And I think that's noteworthy as well.
Under this ordinance, if we were to adopt it, would it still be possible to get like a special event permit that lets people camp on private property within the county? No.
It isn't now either, though. So this wouldn't change that. I mean, currently, if you're going to have, especially for a special event, if you're going to have people camping, you know, as part of a commercial endeavor, you have to have the overnight accommodations overlay applied to that property, in which case it is possible.
Where I see some problems, and maybe it's not a real problem because people wouldn't complain about it, but I think of times that we've had a family reunion and someone comes with their, you know, it's so expensive to get a room in Moab, $300. They'll bring their camper and park in one of their brothers or sisters' driveways and just stay there for 3 days during the family reunion and take off. And I think there's more things like that, weddings, funerals, where family members can't afford to stay in a motel or get something like that, but they have a nice little camper and they bring it out. Since this is complaint driven, I don't think that would ever come up, but it does concern me that I don't know. I know my family's done it. I mean, many people do, and so how would something like that fit into this scenario?
Go ahead.
I was going to make maybe a similar point. I guess I was one of the people on the Planning Commission who voted in favor of this, though I do understand where the people with concerns are coming from. The reason I voted in favor with it, well, it's a difficult issue because there's so many different types of things that might be called camping. We've got the grandkids sleeping in a little tent in the backyard. You have someone, renting out their yard to, out-of-town visitors, on a commercial basis, and lots of other things. And it's really hard to craft a definition in code that includes exactly the ones you want to prohibit and excludes, the things like Mary's example. I just think that's not possible. But that's why, there's discretion about how this is enforced and is complaint driven. So I'm confident. I think it's very unlikely that the types of examples of people are bringing up of acceptable types of camping, I don't think it's going to be a big problem for those. I think if it does become a big problem for those, we can tweak the law again. But I do think we have real problems right now with some types of camping that I think we really do want to prohibit. Chrissy mentioned that after UTVs, this is the thing that generates the most complaints. And I think just from a common sense point of view, we've got a lot of pressure for people looking for lodging in Moab, and we're not allowing overnight accommodations to grow very much anymore. So the temptation to just have an illicit campground in your backyard, that's just going to grow. And I think we need good tools to make sure that doesn't become an even worse problem in the future.
I agree with all that. Well said.
Gabriel?
Yeah, this is an interesting one for me as I arrived in Moab like a lot of people as a dirtbag seasonal guy, and I definitely spent the first 3 years or so of my residence here scrambling for camping spots around the town and the county. So there's that for me anyway. And I found the town and the county very accommodating to me and others like me, looking for places. And having run a business here for a long time too, I know I have had employees over the years and probably currently doing the same thing and kind of residing in that way, maybe not so much camping.
So something that has come up from time to time, maybe not the past year or so, but the idea of having designated places basically for people who live in their vans and, trying to distinguish this, basically, so long-term camping for residents and people who work here. And I do think, maybe that's something the county should look into in the future. But, we need to be able to distinguish it from the sort of short-term, tourism type camping. So.
Yeah, I mean that's actually something we looked at. I guess it's been a while now, but one of the things that we ran into was in this idea of trying to create tiny home communities or designated spots for van lifers. It was how do you distinguish between that and cardboard shanty with a coffee can as a toilet or whatever. And I think that that's kind of what we're running into here too, that camping is such a broad definition that encompasses so much that that's kind of the crux here. I think that when we were looking at that stuff before, it was a hard line to look at was building code. And so it was like, are these structures up to building code? The RVs and the vans and the, safari tents, and they weren't. And so that was a kind of a line in the sand for us. And we don't have a line like that in camping. It's almost funny because I think that the concern here is more around the kind of bunkhouse style neighbors, bunch of vans, rather than the tarp over the backyard where somebody's sleeping for a night. But yeah, it's tough. And so this motion here, it says that the Planning Commission approved it in part. The possible motion is including everything together without pulling the camping out, or which of these numbers are pertinent to the camping, or is it all mixed together now?
Probably the definition section. So just 10.2, I think. Is that right, Mila?
It may
probably 3.4.72. I think it's 3.1.1, 3.4.7, and 10.2, but I can't tell you that we aren't, if you pull those out, we're not affecting other things. I can't tell you that.
Okay.
I know at one time, at least in the city, they had it where river companies could provide temporary housing for their guides with campers and things like that, but none of the river companies took advantage of it. And I don't know if that's still on the books or if it was just a city thing.
It is on the book still.
Yeah, we do have it's called the employee housing exception, and you're allowed up to, I believe it's 5 or 6 RV spots. There are, a few stipulations, one of which is that it has to be on the same property as the business. So it can't be on some other piece of land somewhere else. And then what that does is it allows us to require a site plan, which is reviewed by the DRT for, things like septic and, other issues that we would bring up at that point. And yet I believe the spots have to be paved or at least hardened and have some utilities provided. Sewer being the main thing. So we do still have that option. And there are a few businesses that have been interested in taking advantage of it in recent times.
Because they weren't for a while.
Mm-hmm.
I do want to also just introduce the idea of a nuisance. This is complaint driven, and it'll be useful in the context of folks that become a nuisance. And in the county, I think you do see different issues in the city and the county. And so these low impact dirtbag van lifers, those are not the complaints I'm getting from county residents. The complaints I get from county residents are mostly RVs, generators, multiple RVs, and toys that come with them. And it's not just the family reunion once a year. It's every single busy weekend in our seasons. And
awesome.
So keeping in mind that this is a tool to help us combat nuisances in our residential areas in a way to help protect our residents.
With that in mind and wanting to give staff the tools they need to address nuisances, and also with the idea that if this isn't achieving what we wanted to achieve, we can always change it again later. I would move to approve the proposed ordinance amending section 1.7, 3.1.1C, 3.11467A, 4.78A, 4.710, 9.13B, 9.13G, and 10.2 of the Grand County Land Use Code.
Motion by Evan Clapper. Do I have a second? Seconded by Kevin Walker. Any further discussion? Yes, Gabe?
Yeah, I just want to say that I definitely see the common sense in cleaning this up and the need to be able to sort of enforce these nuisances as they arise. I'm I'm glad the discussion kind of got into the idea of more solutions. And I guess at this point, I just need to see, I personally need to see more solutions on the table for critical workforce housing and affordable housing in general before something like this is implemented. Again, I see the need. I'm just not ready for it right now.
Thank you. Any other discussion?
I'd agree with Gabe that my biggest concern would be critical workforce and maybe getting something going along those lines.
I'm wondering if that's something we should start delving into pretty so that we have something for critical work housing. I know we're getting a lot of affordable housing on the market. We're finally getting some of that, but
Our high density housing ordinance is for exactly that. So it's for locals. It's not actually low income housing. It's for local housing. We're almost at our 300 unit cap. We're like 8 units away, and those are starting to get built out. So it's a slow development process, but the approvals are almost capped out, and we'll start seeing that housing being developed going forward. So, I mean, if you guys have something else in mind, certainly direct Mila in my office, but I feel like we've worked hard on that and actually harder than the city on that, in recent years.
Yes.
So I think maybe Mary and Evan were on the council a few years ago, but there was previously an attempt to provide some capacity for like living in an RV on private lots. And the requirement was, to have a pad, utilities, a sewer connection, water connection, and also to observe setbacks so that people weren't parking right on somebody's fence. All these things. There was quite a bit of heavy opposition to it. And at the time, I think it failed in part also because there were no standards in place or proposed for the actual structure itself, which meant that somebody could be renting out a very unsafe structure. And so there's that concept. The other issue, I think, is that if the only legal place to really do it is in a campground, but campgrounds are generally zoned for overnight accommodations. And so I don't think that there's really I don't know if there's a way to establish a campground for 30 days or greater renting only and no overnight accommodations. When Colin Fryer was proposing to do his workforce housing on Holyoke Lane, that is all Airstreams, not building code compliant housing, we had to provide him with overnight accommodations capability, even though he wasn't and hasn't used it for that, in order to allow that to happen. And so there is, an issue there where that property could get sold or changed use into overnight accommodations. Right now it's being used successfully for employee housing and people are living in Airstreams. But, he's got the pad, the sewer connections, electricity, water, observing setbacks, and all the other things that go with a campground. So I do think that there's a lot more that could be discussed about this topic.
There's one other campground like that called the Contractor's Roost, which is in the county. That's all employee housing as well. That's an RV park.
And can I just clarify too that, even if this does not pass tonight, then our code is still relatively vaguely prohibiting camping. So we are still in that position. So if we do end up with, something that's stronger right now, as far as the definition of what is prohibited, then it's possible also to then move forward and define what is allowed. Either way.
I just want to say one last thing in favor of the motion. I think the problems this is trying to address are very real. I mean, there are things that are happening right now that are, are creating difficult enforcement issues. I think the objections are more theoretical. There are things, that might happen in the future, depending on how staff, is trying to enforce this or what kind of complaints come up. And I'm personally not convinced that those problems are actually going to arise. So to me, in weighing these two things, the more real, the concrete side outweighs the more theoretical one for me.
Thank you, Kevin. Is there any other discussion?
I mean, for me right now, especially, is a hard time to, I understand the need to clean up the language for sure, and that it's already probably semi-illegal, but it being COVID makes it really hard to have visitors come. It's nice to be able to say, you can stay in my yard and we'll socially distance. And, but beyond that, like Moab, the campgrounds are full all season long. And it used to be that I could run out and snag a campsite for my friends who were coming to visit. And that's really like not the case anymore. So I don't know. I just have a hard time just on a personal level. My first meeting as like an official person to ban camping when I have I don't know, where I've struggled with this issue for a long time, but I don't know the solution here. It does seem like it already are you finding that you can't stop people from illegally camping with generators week after week on certain residences because the code isn't clear?
We send enforcement letters and some people abide quickly. Some people may abide long-term, but we can't, the code is not sufficiently clear to take it beyond a letter. I can't either fine them civilly under this administrative process that we've only recently created. I certainly can't meet the burden under a criminal citation.
Mm-hmm.
And if this passes, Christina, what would the remedy be?
Well, so for new commissioners, just as of November, we finally have a civil administrative process where I can civilly fine people. One reason why my office, and this was true of me and my predecessor, have not done much code enforcement. One part is just manpower and resources. We don't have enough staff. But the other piece of it was our code only allowed us to criminally cite people and seek a conviction, which I don't feel good about at all in a situation like this. So we now have a civil administrative process where we'd fine them for each day of a violation. It would either end there and they would pay that fine, or it would proceed to an administrative appeal before an administrative law judge. We do use a third party up in Salt Lake. He's fabulous. He's the old real property ombudsman. And if they wanted to appeal, then we'd have to put on evidence. We'd have to prove that people were actually illegally camping, which is no small matter, quite frankly. But it's at least it gives me some meat and teeth in our code to go through that process if we choose to.
Thank you.
And again, we wouldn't be there unless it's a real nuisance. And there are people who are just repeat offenders. There are people with multiple machines that come in. It's not your mom and pop here for the weekend, that's for sure.
Should we vote?
I just say one more thing. I want to give my employees and such the tools they need to complete their job. So that being said, any other comments? This is a tough one, guys. All in favor? Raise your hand, say aye. All opposed? Jacques, are you abstaining?
I'm going to abstain on this one. Thank you.
Okay. So it passes 4-3 with Gabriel Wojtek and Sarah Stock voting in opposition. Jacques Hadler is abstaining.
And you said 4-2-1, correct?
Yeah.
4-2-1. Yes, I
4-2-1.
guess I should say 4-2-1. 4 in favor, 2 opposed, and 1 abstained. Thank you. That was a tough one. That was a real hard one, I thought. Okay, approving the special events ordinance amendments to modify the permitting process and special event requirements. Christina Sloan.
This one hopefully isn't so tough for you guys. This is our special events ordinance. We do update it now and then. This one is necessary, in my opinion, to modernize it with our actual process, and working with Elaine and Mary Lou, it's our ordinance wasn't actually syncing with what the committee was doing in process. It's also integrates our COVID regulations that we created as part of our public health order. And right now, and it is verbatim identical to those regulations, but right now that public health order does expire in March. There could be a situation where the health department doesn't want to extend our health order, but we still want to have those COVID regulations apply to special events. So this does that. The COVID regulations, by the way, are the very last section, so that we can just amend them out when we're beyond this. And the other piece of this, well, I spent a lot of time just fleshing out process, because there wasn't actually much information in our original ordinance about how the review process works, how a denial process works, that kind of information. And then finally, and this is something I do want to highlight for you guys, this gives the commission more oversight into some events. I feel like there hasn't been a lot of connection with the commission and the special events committee in the past. And I want to turn your attention to 18.16.080. County Commission. And this is in the Exhibit A, the red line version. The way that paragraph used to read is that the committee could refer certain special event applications to the commission if they chose. It almost never happened. I think Rally on the Rocks is the only one that ever was referred to the commission, and Chris can correct me if I'm wrong.
There was one more.
Okay, so I've revised that to say the committee shall refer an application to the commission if it meets where the proposed special event does one of these 5 things: may significantly impact county services or present a considerable risk to the health, safety, peace, comfort, or welfare of citizens. And that language is expanded and comes from state statute. Requires issuance of additional licenses or permits, which require Grand County Commission approval. Involves ATVs as defined by the Utah Motor Vehicle Act. Is likely to draw in excess of 1,000 people per day. I arbitrarily came up with that number, so you guys let me know where you are with that. Or is likely to generate unbudgeted fiscal impact on the county. So I do want to make sure you are comfortable with that. That's something you're interested in. We can tweak those subsections if you want, but that is a change. Otherwise, a lot of this, as much as it looks extensive, it's somewhat administrative. I did work with Chris Baird and Mallory and Elaine and her group to review this. So it has had, some good county review already. We did have a public hearing and we got no comments on it.
Thank you. Questions, Kevin?
Could I make a motion?
Certainly.
I move to adopt the proposed ordinance repealing and replacing Chapter 8.16 of the Grand County General Ordinances and ordinance numbers 117 from 1971, 521 from 2013, and 597 from 2019.
Motion by Kevin Walker, seconded by Evan Clapper. Discussion.
I'm really happy that that we've got these revisions for special events, that this is happening. I think it does have a big effect on quality of life, and we definitely need more of a handle on this. So I'm glad the paragraph that you highlighted, Chrissy, about more things getting referred to the commission. I think that's good. I know, just from the outside over the past couple of decades, it always just seemed like this black box where events would get approved that maybe a lot of people thought shouldn't have, but there was rarely any publicly viewable process around it. So this seems like a big step in the right direction. I kind of wonder whether in the future we might want to further refine this so that, knowing that we only have a finite number of weekends in the year, that we, instead of just saying yes or no on events as they come, we sort of hold them as a group and then decide for a given period which ones we think are in the best interest of the community. But that can happen in the future, and I'm happy to vote in favor of this reform right now.
Well, and on that point, it came up through all this review that we actually don't have bylaws for our special events committee, which I think is really important because there's arguably, some of the members have sort of acted outside of the scope of their advisory duties. And so that is something you're going to see hopefully in the next month, are some bylaws. That's not going to really get to what you're talking to, Kevin, but it's another component where we'll further refine this whole process.
Yeah. Yeah, but I think it's a good, I mean, when we have like a big complex revision code we need to do, I think it's often a good idea not to try to do it all at once and get it perfect. You know, we do something that's definitely improvement and then we continue to refine. So happy with that.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Seeing none, I will call for a vote. All in favor? Anyone in opposition? Passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, we are on approving amended Grand County final prioritized 2021 CIB list. Chris Baird.
So Michael Bryant from the Southeastern Utah Association of Local Governments requested the addition of the highlighted in yellow line in the regional CIB list. And this would be for new administration building, food bank, and weatherization of the office. This is up in Carbon County. But I guess even the regional projects need approval from everybody, from all the entities that are within the Southeastern Utah Association of Local Governments, which I believe is San Juan, Grand, Carbon, and Emory. Is that right? I'm not sure.
Yes.
There are more, but I think that's them.
That's him.
And so I did ask, you know, if this were approved, if it would cut into, you know, what the CIB would allot to Grand County. And they said, Michael anyway, said no, that would have no effect on the CIB's allotment of mineral lease funds to Grand County. So they're just asking for us to approve that one single addition to the regional CIB list.
And then we do our CIB lists we review them in February, correct, Chris?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, so if we have something we want to add to it, we can add to it in February.
Yeah. And so, yeah, everything else here was approved in March, which happened to be right when COVID struck. And so this was, I think, approved during our very first electronic meeting, or I can't remember. It was chaos when this first got approved. And so, but yeah, this one line is all that they're requesting to be approved as an amendment.
Okay, good. Any further questions?
So if I understood you correctly, Chris, there's in some meeting in the near future, there's going to be a more substantive discussion about CIB priorities.
Yes.
Yeah, so we normally have it's kind of a little more convoluted. So we have a process, or we used to anyway, a process of prioritizing, creating our own priority list. But the ALG has set up their own process now, and they come to Grand County also. And so they invite all the entities that are eligible for mineral lease money in Grand County to a meeting. And then everybody ranks all of everybody's projects. Then they turn them in to the ALG staff person, who then averages them all and creates this priority list based on the averages of all the entities' priority rankings. And that's fairly new. They've only been doing that for maybe like 4 or 5 years max. And it could be different actually than the county's priority ranking. And so there really kind of could be 2 different lists, one from Grand County specifically, ranking all of the projects in Grand County, and send that to the CIB. And then the ALG has a separate one. It's gotten confusing to me. I probably need to seek more clarification from the CIB itself.
I will admit that I am also confused. I guess also in the packet, we've got a list that's entirely in Grand County. It goes almost to the bottom of a page, and then we have these non-Grand County projects.
Yeah.
That seem like they're from a completely separate list that we're missing the head of. Am I reading that correctly?
No, well, this is the total regional list, just those three things. And I did see, you know, the 7-County Infrastructure Coalition rail line study.
Okay.
I think that probably would have had more discussion had we not been right in the middle of COVID. But just kind of got rolled through. But anyway, according to Michael, the regional projects also need to be approved by each county in the ALG. And the thing to realize is this is the ALG's priority list, not Grand County's, but they're asking for us to approve it so that they can officially send it on to the CIB.
But in what sense is this new administration building a regional project? It sounds like it's just going to be something in price.
Well, the admin building is probably for the ALG. And the ALG serves 4 counties.
Okay, I didn't realize it was the ALG building.
I'm pretty sure that's what it is.
Okay, thanks.
But I'm not, you know, I'm a little confused about this process myself and how we're supposed to communicate these things to the CIB. And to further complicate things, you know, CIB staff has told me that they don't care about the priority list. That's for us, not them. And all they care about is that if we make a request of them, that it be on the list we create, and that's it. And so I don't know. It seems a little futile, this whole exercise to me. But we go through it because the CIB requires it and the ALG requires it.
And we want to get CIB money.
Okay, so in the interest of not being up all night, if Chris thinks I'm comfortable doing this, if Chris thinks it's a good idea.
Well, I think it's fairly innocuous, this one. Just an admin building, and it doesn't affect our allocation from the CIB. So I think the motion would just read, I move to approve the addition of the Southeastern Utah Association of Local Governments new administration building, food bank, and weatherization office to the regional project total list.
Can I just say so moved right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll second.
Motion by Kevin Walker, seconded by Sarah Stock. Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor? Anyone in opposition? Passes unanimously. Okay, we are approving for a chair to sign a letter to President-elect Joe Biden to restore Bears Ears National Monument to its original size. Our neighbors to the south, San Juan County, have already sent a letter to President Biden, elect President Biden, to support the restoration of Bears Ears. I would like to support their letter. Plus, I think that it would be a good gesture to support the Navajos, the Zuni, the Ute Mountain, and the Ute Indian tribes, and the Pueblos that were so saddened by the choice to ignore their voices. So that's why it's up to support our neighbors to the south, I guess. So unless somebody has some questions, that's my presentation. Sarah, is your hand raised? Oh.
Yes, I'll make a motion. I move to approve the chair's signature on the letter of support to President-elect Joe Biden to restore Bears Ears National Monument to its original size.
Motion by Sarah Stock, seconded by Jacques Hadler. Do we have any discussion?
I just want to congratulate Mary for getting this in the packet on short notice. And I think it is very timely because, there's a lot of, San Juan County votes on a lot of things that we care about, like Rally on the Rocks, for example. And I'm very glad that we're able to, sort of make our relationship a two-way street. I also think even if this wasn't something that the San Juan County Commission looked favorably upon, I just think it's the right thing to do for all the obvious reasons.
Thank you. So do I. I'm very excited about it. So, any further discussion?
And I trust that the correction would be made, but I'm sure Sarah Stock would love her name to be on the letterhead there before this goes out officially.
Okay, got that. Yes, let's make sure.
I will add that I just took it off. I had no name on there because I didn't.
No.
I'll make sure.
We're just excited.
I knew you were on top of it, Mallory.
We'll take care of it. Thank you.
Okay, any further discussion?
I'd like to say that I'm thrilled to put my name on the letter.
Yes, I'm very excited. I'm happy to be supporting our neighbors to the south, and I'm happy to be supporting Bears Ears. So all in favor? Anyone in opposition? Passes unanimously. Christina, are we ready for item O, or is that going to be put off to the next meeting?
If that's the enterprise, yes, we need to postpone that. We are not ready.
I'd entertain a motion to postpone item O, enterprise.
So moved.
So moved by Evan Clapper. Do I have a second? Seconded by Kevin Walker. Thank you. We are to consent agenda. The consent agenda is approving independent contractor agreement with Canyon Country Construction for the installation of 4 shade structures in group campsites and picnic areas at Sand Flat Recreation Area. Approving independent contractors agreement with Rick Glass for COVID-19 safety modifications in the clerk's office. Approving independent contracting agreement with Heaton Custom Cabinets for COVID-19 safety modifications in the clerk's office. Approving contact agreement with Southeastern Utah Association of Local Government Area Agency on Aging and Grand County for fiscal year 2020. In interagency coordination with recipients contract agreements with SEUALG for human services programs for the Grand Center. Amend to interagency cooperation with subrecipient contract agreements with Southeastern Utah area local governments for Grand County. Where's the next page? Contract agreement with Southeastern Utah Association of Local Governments for Medicare counseling through the Senior Service Program, and contract agreement with Southeastern Utah Association of Counties for long-term care ombudsman services for Grand Center. That is our consent agenda. Do I have a motion to accept the consent agenda? Motion by Jacques. Do I have a second? Second by Evan. Discussion? All in favor?
Oh, sorry, I was muted. Did the shade structure need a pending business license approval?
It did. It's in the motion though, I think. And so if you approve the consent agenda, you're kind of approving the suggested motion.
Great. Okay.
Didn't we get that in there, Mallory? I think.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. With the recommendation, I move to adopt the consent agenda with item P contingent upon issuance of a business license in San Juan County. Great.
Okay, very good. We are to discussion item G, discussion.
I don't
You
think
gotta
you
vote,
called
Mary.
for the
We gotta
vote.
vote.
Oh, yeah, I'm getting tired. I'm getting tired, excuse me. Okay, all in favor of accepting the consent agenda? All opposed? Passes unanimously. We are to discussion item. Discussion on amending relevant sections of the Grand County Land Use Code permitting all-terrain vehicle sales, rentals, and leasing commercial outdoor recreational use involving ATVs and ATV outfitters and guide service and facilities per the joint resolution approved October 20th, 2020. I don't think this has to be a long discussion. I just wanted to make sure a lot of people have been talking to me about this issue. I've been spending much time trying to get a handle on UTVs and ATVs in this county. And when we're developing the code, I just wanted to be very clear with the staff that we're not looking for status quo. We don't want the things to stay the way they are. We want the codes to be written in a manner that improves the situation in Grand County and Moab and northern San Juan. So that's the main reason for the discussion, is to, I wanted to make sure other commissioners have my same feelings, that we want improvement. We don't want status quo. So it's open for discussion. Anyone want to comment?
I completely,
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Jock.
I was just going to say that I completely agree with you, Mary. You definitely, I'm on your page.
Thank you. Trish?
Yeah, and I think we're just going to have to come up with ways of thinking outside the box. And I actually think really using that community and getting input from that community will help us also. Just overall, I think if they have a piece or feel like they're a player in that, the decisions that are made, I think they're going to be more apt to conform to what we come up with. But they also might have ideas that we don't have the slightest clue, right? How to mitigate noise, maybe it's exhaust systems, maybe, things that we just won't know how to approach that. So just ideas of getting all stakeholders involved.
Thank you. Anyone else? Kevin?
Yeah, I also, I agree with what Mary said. I do think this is a very serious problem, and I hope that, the planning staff and the county attorney will explore all possible options for how we can use business licenses in the land use code and local noise ordinances to make this problem better, because I really think 2021 needs to be quieter than 2020 was, and 2019.
You mean 20 in the fall.
I think and to put the things in perspective a little bit, for years we've been saying to the state legislature that we would like the ability to not allow UTVs on our streets at all. And we haven't succeeded in that, but if we did succeed, then presumably.
You froze. You froze, Kevin. While Kevin's unfreezing, does anybody else have anything to say?
Yeah, I'll just weigh in. I think that the track that we're on feels better to me. With Kevin bringing up the idea of state legislatures, I think that there is value in treading lightly through some of this so that we aren't upsetting people up north. But the flip side of that coin is I also think that we need to show them that we've exhausted all our options. And so I think that it is good for to control the controllables. So if our hands are tied with certain state legislation, what can we control? And so I think that proper planning is important, and I like the direction it's going.
Thank you.
Am I unfrozen now?
Yes, you are.
So sorry if I repeat myself, but I was just saying, if we were to succeed in the state legislature, presumably we would ban UTVs from our streets. And let's think of what that would mean to UTV rental businesses. It would mean They could still rent the UTVs. They would just have to take them off the lot in a trailer. They wouldn't be able to drive them off. And I think we might be able to get that result even without the cooperation of the state legislature, just by making it part of the land use code and or business license requirements that they have to do that. So there's a significant fraction of the UTV noise problem that we actually do have some local control over.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay.
Mary, this is Chris. I think maybe we should have like a workshop on it, because staff's going to need more direction than just, we don't want the status quo. That's not, sufficient. And so I think, especially considering this is so political. So I would think that we should probably schedule a workshop to discuss and brainstorm all the potential leads to chase down, so that, staff and the county attorney has more to go on with regard to the direction in drafting code.
Okay.
I like Chris's idea.
So Mila, I'll talk to you tomorrow, and Christina, and we can decide when it would be, when you guys would like to have a workshop.
Okay, that sounds good, Mary. Thank you.
Anything else? A big issue, boy, taking up a lot of time. I'm glad we don't have to worry about book clip though. Highway, got that off our radar. So we are to item U, calendar items and special events.
Okay, for our new commissioners, this is normally the best item because it's fast, so don't worry. But we have a few things tonight. One is the Economic Diversification Board is accepting applications for their vacancies, and that closes on January 29th. We are encouraging folks, if they want to apply, to also submit a letter of intent and a CV or a resume. So if you know anybody, pass that along.
Can I cut in on that a little bit, Mallory?
Of course.
So we were just reviewing the minutes and the discussion from when that was approved. And it's a little vague or nebulous, perhaps the ultimate makeup of that board. I think we did approve 5 members instead of 3, but it was unclear whether or not the makeup of those additional members would just be private business representatives or whether it should be more diversified. So would you like us to create an agenda item for the next meeting to discuss the makeup of that board? Because I think right now it's a little unclear, the motion and the discussion, but right now it seems like it's 4 private citizens, right, Mallory, plus 1 commissioner?
Yes.
And it's a voting board, so advisory, but there are, potential votes for recommendations of amendments, specifically perhaps to the land use code. But anyway, I think I would want to clear that up before we appointed that board.
So we would put that as an amendment to the bylaws on the January 19th meeting, and then appoint on February 2nd. Is that correct?
Or amend the bylaws and just appoint. But it depends on, if we had our ducks in a row for that, depending on how the amendment went. But either way would be fine. I'm just unclear about the final result of that motion, actually. And if you listen to the conversation and the motion itself, it sort of trailed off. It might have been like around this time of night or something. I don't know. Where everybody's too tired. They're just like, whatever, let's just move on. So
yeah, I'll even jump on that, Chris, and say even taking the minutes for it, I went back and watched that like 3 or 4 times, and still it was not clear. So,
all right.
Let's have it on the next agenda.
Okay.
Clear it up.
All right.
We do get a little fuzzy after, 4 hours and 11 minutes doing this. So Mallory, any more?
Really quickly, yes. Let's see. Martin Luther King Jr. Day is January 18th, and we will be closed. And the following day, the 19th, we do have a commission meeting. Something for the new commissioners to know that I think we'll go over in your orientation is that the Wednesday prior to the meeting is our agenda deadline, if you will, for getting items onto the agenda. And then we'll go through a process of on Thursday, send out that draft agenda and ask for feedback, any changes, any additional items from the commissioners. And on Fridays, we prepare all of the documents and do the noticing. So just be aware that for that agenda, the 13th will be the deadline, and on the 14th is when you all will see a draft agenda. So if there aren't any questions, the only other thing I jotted down is that it sounds like we'll have an MBA meeting on the 19th as well. And for the new commissioners as well as the old commissioners, if there's anything that you want to know for calendar items and notices, just let me know, and I'm happy to prepare any information going forward to share at the meetings.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Discussion, questions? Good. There is not a public hearing. There's no closed session. I want to say.
Commission Chair,
Yes.
this is Larry Ellertson.
Yes.
And for Trish, I've taken my picture off this, so she didn't need to look at me upside down for the whole 4 hours, okay?
Well, the funny thing is Evan's been upside down the whole time for me also, but I just went with it.
Now, that's 2-1, Trish. Maybe you're the one that's upside down. Just kidding. Hey, just a couple quick things from the congressman, if I may, and I'll make it real quick because it's late. But he is working actively on a bipartisan bill. The issue of wildland fires was discussed a little earlier in your meeting, on a bipartisan caucus to deal with wildland fires and forest management. So I expect that there'll be an opportunity to get some input from anyone that would care to give us that information. The other thing that he was a co-sponsor on was a telehealth bill with the intent of improving medical services in rural areas without having to create a lot of travel, if it permits and if it's applicable to whatever it is that people need, including drug addiction, where in the past they've only been able to get a 1-day prescription for the drug that helps them get off the drugs, and they've changed that now to where it's 3 days. I'm not that familiar with how that works, but if 2 additional days makes it better, that's great. The other thing that I would ask you for would just be the new contact information for the new commissioners. If I can request that, I expect we would all appreciate that. So anyway, I won't take any more time. Thank you.
I would like to, and it's been so busy and so much has happened. I would like to thank John Curtis's office. Through his effort and Jake Bornstein, who helps him, we have an extra $2.4 million for the UMTRA project, the uranium tailings mill.
Right.
So that's more than 10 million from when we started. So that's very good. So thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
So there's no closed session. I'm so excited to have Tricia and Jacques and Sarah and Kevin on board. I'm sure Gabriel and Evan and everybody's excited. We're going to accomplish a lot this year. So we are at the end of our agenda. If I have no objections, I will adjourn this meeting.
I actually have a brief objection.
Okay.
I hate, I was just with the calendar, Mallory, if you're still there, and the events. I see that there's a 1,000-person event scheduled for this month and a 1,300-person event scheduled for next month. Do you know if those are still happening?
I have to admit I didn't even look at that. But no, they shouldn't be happening.
Okay.
So, well, hold on a sec. So, the no events for 2021 have been approved. And so I just want to say that, not a single one. And so everything's been on hold until after this has been approved. And then, of course, we have our health order, which is going to be in effect until the beginning of March. And so I think we're working off of, a list of applications for that calendar. But I just want to clarify that absolutely no events have been approved for 2021, not a single one.
Great.
Thank you. Chris. That's good news. Thank you, Evan. Anybody else before we adjourn? See nothing else, we will adjourn this meeting. Thank you very much for sticking through it. Thank you and welcome, Sarah.
Thanks, you guys. Thanks, Mary.
Thanks.
Thank you.